Chat. 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 Hi, chat. How's it going? I'm just being silly. I'm just being silly. I got a troll comment that was complaining about me saying chat a lot. So I wanted to make sure, to give that little shout out to my haters. And that's all I'll try to give them. Because Umar wants me to not try not to give the haters so much power anymore. So that's it. Okay. Yeah, sometimes I need to vent. Anyway, how are you today? We have got a topic to cover today that, I can be honest, it intimidates me a little bit, right? Because I can see both sides. I've got experience on both sides of this, right? Like when Lindsay talks about the physical manifestations of the stress that she feels as a content creator, about feeling like that she's being asked for an apology, she's being asked for to acknowledge the criticism, she's being asked to listen to the criticism, but that if even doing that isn't helping in a lot of cases. That there are some people that'll say that, but then when you say, okay, what do you want me to do? And I've experienced this too. I've experienced this exact thing. What do you want me to do? Die. Is the fucking feeling that I get from some people as the answer. They just want me not to exist anymore. And sorry, that's not in the cards. Both in terms of me not existing as a content creator or me not existing, as a human being. I don't know what they, right? But, that is something that I've been talking about for a long time. That there's this sense of there's a sort of tendency towards a Moby Dick type of mentality, a Captain Ahab type of mentality when it comes to content creators, when you want to place all the blame for the way that a space is on a single creator, and you get in the mindset of, we just take down this person, right? Then everything would be better. We just got to get this whale, right? And that's, especially if you're talking about a large content creator, that's not possible. Now, is it possible? Because what you're talking about is isolating somebody, all right? And that's not going to happen with Vosh. That's not going to happen with Lindsay. So on some level, they can't suffer as much as, let's say, one of their critics. As, Professor Flowers is pretty big now, but maybe when she started criticizing Vosh, she was not so big. And that was a real danger of isolating her, right? And this definitely is a danger for something like me. In fact, it's exactly what my right-wing critics targeted me for. It was a, statement that they made of intent that they wanted to isolate me. They wanted me to be all alone in this. And that is a real threat, right? Because the way that these things work is that it's not just, a snowball effect. It's not just one person criticizes and another person criticizes and another person criticizes. There is leverage being used on people to get them to not defend somebody. I don't know if this particular concern, though, applies to Lindsay. Because like I said, she's larger, but I do acknowledge the fact that there's a physical manifestation of that allostatic load. So the allostatic load is about stress and its effect on the body. You're not just like hurting somebody's feelings, you're hurting somebody. And that does happen even to larger content creators. And I think that a lot of the, dogpiling on Lindsay was unfair. However, there's a lot of dogpiling in the other direction. There's a lot of there's a lot of people attacking anybody that's making criticism, like smaller people. And in general, listen, this is coming from a content creator who's been through a lot of controversy, myself, okay? When you're dealing with a smaller content creator, no matter how much what they say hurts you, no matter how unfair you think it is, it behooves you not to clap back on somebody much smaller. For several reasons, right? You could unintentionally, give them reach, give them power, give them prominence, right? On the egoistic, on the, from the perspective of the content creator, and from the perspective of the person making the criticism, what if they are good faith? What if they believe what they're saying? And because of, you as a content creator highlighting that person, they get as much or more stress, as much or more dogpile, as much or more negative attention and heat than you do. I mean, I kind of think that at this point I can't be isolated. Let's hope. I mean, I feel like at least some of you are ride or die with me, right? At this point, right? But for smaller content creators, that's a real issue. And if you notice, I've been criticized by some smaller content creators, by some people that were very close to me, and I've taken great care not to ever mention their names, not to ever direct any bad feelings their way. Because when people see me on stream crying and they see how much it hurts me, if they make that connection to a smaller creator, that could make their life hell. And there's the chance that these people are making their criticism in good faith. And even if they're not, I don't want to see anybody get isolated. All right? So that's a game that I don't play. I guess it sounds like I'm saying a bunch of nothing. It sounds like I'm not taking a stand here. It sounds like I'm both sides of the fences. But I really have seen both sides of this. And what I want us to do today is to stop, take a collective breath, and look at the space that we've created in online content. And look at what's going on in it. I don't have the answers, right now. But I feel like it's really important to talk about this and to work towards a better understanding from both sides, right? Larger content creators do have feelings, and not just feelings, they have a body that responds to those feelings. So, yeah, there is, a chance you can hurt a larger content creator, but that doesn't compare to the kind of harm that that can go on in the opposite direction. When you got creators like Vosh and Sanderhall calling people woke scolds and all but directing their fandom to descend upon these people like flying monkeys, that is something that I would think that as human beings we wouldn't want to be a part of, right? And that's why I don't respond to some of the most toxic shit that's been thrown at me. Because what if the person throwing it at me actually believes that stuff? I don't have proof that they don't. I'm going to treat them like they're being good faith, even though there's every chance that they're not. I never want to put myself in the position where I'm going to contribute to somebody being isolated, okay? Because I know a little bit about what that feels like, right? They did come pretty close with me, and it's only like my friends and my community that saved me from that. That saved me. And can you imagine the allostatic load of that? Yeah. So God, this is complicated. This is really, really complicated, and I want to make sure that I'm not missing any perspective, that I'm not ignoring any perspective here. So please be patient with me if it sounds like I'm saying a whole lot of nothing, because I'm trying to bring us to a place where we can acknowledge each other's humanity at the very least. That's baseline for me. So yeah. Anyway, how are you doing, chat? Meow. I always ignore you during my intros because I'm really focused, right? Oh my God. I didn't think I was going to be covering this, but it's kind of too important not to, for several reasons. Let's get that chat refreshed. That's the first thing on YouTube, is just refresh the chat. Make sure the chat is nice and refreshed. That refreshments are served. Okay, here we go. Wait. Yeah, okay, it's just catching up and stuff. Hey Buffy, hey JK, hey Kex Maroon. Hey Umar, hey Jody, hey Vamps. Hey, oh my God, I was about to say hey Gazebo after hey Jody. Hey Emma Dragon, what's up? You've had the most objective position I've heard And you've explained it perfectly. Yeah, well, listen, it's only because of my community and really my mods. No, like my, sorry, not really my, like it's but because of my community, including my mods, is what I was trying to say. That I took a step back and I didn't just do, hey, Big Cub, good to see you. Um, uh, Ghislaine Maxwell is found guilty on 5 of 6 charges. Feel weird about what I've heard people say about this. I saw people blaming the woke left, but I'm not sure that's what's going on. It's complicated, and I was talking to Umar about this actually. That sometimes the right wing will hitch a ride on criticism from the left, right? And they'll do that like kind of shit, and they'll talk about the woke left, and they'll talk about the left is eating itself, and all this kind of shit, right? They'll you know, they'll use this as a platform to spread their narrative, right? And I've also seen it the other way where, you know, the right wing creates a controversy, and then because of, like I said, people don't pay attention to who they're networking with, they've usually got somebody on the left that they can get to carry the message. So they can make it seem like they can basically astroturf a controversy about a creator, right? That is what happened to me in the latest thing that we're going to get to as soon as I can get through all the like, there's so much that you got to understand to for me to really tell the story of what happened to me over this year, especially what happened in the fall, which, although, you know, maybe not on as grand a scale as what happened in the summer, was a lot more harmful. And a lot more painful for me. It's complicated. It's not really complicated. It's, well, we're gonna have some people join us in Discord, because like I said, I want to make sure I'm getting all the perspectives that there are, that I'm listening to all their perspectives, because it's really easy to miss that. It's really easy to do the same thing as a content creator that you're afraid is going to be done to you. And I've been seeing people do it. I've been seeing people go there. I've been seeing people, you know, like Vosh, Xanderhall, like, are the foremost examples of people who are so afraid of cancellation and the isolation that could entail for smaller creators, which really isn't an issue for them, right? That they end up, like, you know, talking about woke scolds and characterizing any criticism as woke scoldry and throwing hate in those people's directions. And those people, you know, are a lot more isolatable. And that's what I really worry about, because what we're talking about here is exclusion, okay? And, you know, there's some people that really can't be excluded, and some people want to exclude them. Some people keep on trying to, we gotta get Moby Dick. We gotta get Moby Dick. If we can get Moby Dick, our lives will be great. Our lives will be awesome and perfect and joyous and ideal if we could just get Moby Dick, right? You know? And it's like, you're not gonna get Moby Dick, okay? You're gonna get what Captain Ahab got. Which is, like, more than just death. It's a life wasted. That's the real lesson of Captain Ahab, right? Is that not only did he, you know, end up dying from chasing the whale, but he wasted his entire life chasing. All of his energy and everything became about the whale. My question is this: why no one came to Lindsay's defense? That's a good question too. That's a good question too. No one, the one thing she felt was alone. Yeah, and you can still feel alone even if you're not, even if isolation isn't possible, right? Even if exclusion isn't a possibility for you, it can still, and we're going to talk about the allostatic load. We're going to talk about, you know, what this feels like to be at the center of the storm, because, you know, I've gotten a little taste of that, and probably nowhere near what Lindsay's experienced, but it's, it like I said, it was really tough, and I almost quit a few times, right? Because of it. So you're asking the question, why does nobody come to your defense when you get attacked by highly motivated people? And I can answer that question for you. It's because they're afraid of those highly motivated people. I've done this. I've joined in the isolation of an innocent trans woman based on the overwhelming opinion of my friends. And that trans woman was actually trying to help me. That trans woman was trying to warn me about somebody in my community that was a danger. And I went along with their campaign of just like, oh no, she's abusive. I mean, I don't really understand how she's abusive, but everybody says she's abusive, so she must be abusive. I don't like abuse. I don't like abusers. Shut her out, right? That exclusion actually ended up almost costing me a lot more, right? Had I at least talked to her and expressed, like whatever concerns I thought that were there, like I would have found out about this person's kind of obsession on me that he ended up hurting me a lot because I didn't listen to her. So her fans came to her defense, but Lindsay wasn't hearing it. Oh, Vosh defended her. Yeah, like Vosh and Xanderhall, I guess. And we're talking about in the Raya the Dragon Last Airbender controversy, right? I think someone who's Asian should give their position. That is what's missing. Yes, you're right. You're right, M Dragon. That is what's missing here, right? Because from my understanding, from the little bit of research I've been able to gather, right, there were legitimate concerns from Asian people about the tweet. And like Lindsay would say, they were misreading my tweet. Tweets are very misreadable. Tweets are limited in characters. You're limited in time. You don't get to explain. You don't get to you don't get to download your brain to the tweet, right? So, and so here we end up talking about intent and impact. Lindsay's intent was in no way racist, but some people felt that the impact of the tweet was racist. And then there's even some people that don't think that like Lindsay's point of view was problematic or Lindsay's tweet was problematic, but they wanted to see Lindsay interact with the critics, critics who were Asian in a better way than she did. Her interview with the financial diet from last September. Oh, okay, would clear. What would that clear up? I'm sorry. And welcome, Tara. Good to see you. Even when criticism is valid, the human brain isn't meant to take. Oh, yeah. So yeah, I think Vosh talked about that yesterday. That he called himself kind of a weirdo for being able to, let the water. And it doesn't. Like he says that it rolls right off his back. It doesn't. I can tell he's bothered by it. I can tell that he's. He reacts to it, right? He just tells himself, like he convinces himself that yeah, hey, he just convinces himself that I don't know, it's kind of a guy thing. No, it's not just a guy thing. I mean, like, I guess if you get on attack mode, then you feel like you're not noticing your fear, you're not noticing your anxiety, you're not noticing all those other things. I don't believe that Vosh when he says that he's invulnerable to that, but that's another matter. Did not see Asian groups or people getting into this. It was like the Jar Jar thing. White people just took up the fight for POC. Right. And I get that the overwhelming majority of the people carrying this criticism forth weren't Asian, but if you were Asian and you got mixed, because it's kind of like on Twitter. Like I was thinking about this. Can I find a tweet from an Asian person that was like, that was bothered by this? Well, unless your name is Asian Joe, or you know what I mean? Like, unless you got some indication of your ethnicity in your profile, which most people, or in your name, right? Which most people don't. It's kind of hard to search that out. It's like, right? It's and obviously with the right wing, and yeah, Umar brought up the point that the right wing jumps onto this, that the right wing hijacks this, that the right wing want to see Lindsay Ellis fail too, and they would love to see the left, take her down, right? They don't care who takes her down. She's a burr in their saddle because she is, I guess, in their minds, a representative of woke culture. Raya was not that good, and no. You said no one literally cared, but you mean literally no one cared. See, that's the thing. Statistically, that's not true, right? Somebody cared. And we have no way of knowing because it's just too much of a mass like too much of a dog pile, too large of a set of people discoursing for us to make statements like no one that was Asian was bothered by that. That's an unverifiable claim, right? And it's an easily falsifiable claim too if we just find one person who was Asian that says they were bothered, right? Which pretty sure you could do. So and also I did find some evidence that Lindsay tried to I think Lindsay tried to understand it from that perspective. It's hard to find, right? Because the tweet got deleted. I'm having to go back behind and sort of signal to noise ratio. You're not talking about on my audio, are you? Oh yeah, you're talking about with what I was just talking. Okay, metaphor, signal to noise ratio. Yeah. If the KKK cares about the Black Panthers, should I care? Wait, I'm sorry, I'm not sure where that's. It mostly seems to be why Avi's complaining about the riotry. Or brand new account, Avi. Okay, now that's concerning. That's concerning. Yeah. That is the mark of astroturfed, campaign against, and I'm kind of caught in the middle where I don't want to take a risk in making any, absolute statement of like no one who cared was somebody that was hurt by this, right? Because I think, like, listen, I don't think that there was any intent, like I said, on Lindsay's part, to be racist. I don't even think it was an issue of unconscious implicit bias being voiced by Lindsay without her realizing it. I think that the tweet was talking about the genre of young adult literature and how there's a lot of derivativeness. There's a lot of copying of formulas that work, and that that can leave us with bad series, bad movies, bad books that get read just because they're kind of like basically they found a formula and they're exploiting that, and we don't want formulaic art, right? So I get the point that that's what Lindsay was calling out. She didn't there was no implication that all Asian themed pieces were the same or anything like that, but I have heard people say that that's how it was received. And so, that's the impact. A lot of this is due to the platform too. If I recall correctly, she explained she meant the story structure avatar being, you're talking about in Mask Off, right? In Mask Off. I'm basically a boomer, but that felt like the thing is, it both can be true. I just want people to understand both can be true. There can be an astroturfed element. And look, this is me really taking a bold, like, I'm going to put myself in this, okay? Like I said, there is criticism that I received that you're never going to hear me say those people's names, even though I know those people. Because there's still some chance that those people believed the criticisms that they were making. Now, the criticisms that they were making were outlandish and should not have been believed. But the situation that those people got put in, the kind of harassment that they were facing, I don't think they were in the position to be able to make that call. I think that what seems rational to me wasn't apparent to them. And like when I say I think that, I think that there's a chance that even if this was 100% just people put off and pissed off at me that wanted to get back at me and they believed nothing that they said, as long as there's a chance that, that's not what was going on, I have to act like that's not what was going on to make sure that I don't turn, a portion of my audience against people who can't handle that heat, who do get isolated from that, who do get, who do get, absolutely trashed, right? Or who do lose their chance to do content before they've even gotten started, right? As much as I'm mad about the lies that got told about me, the lies that got spread about me, and as much as it hurt that it was people that I care about doing it, if there's a chance that those people believed what they were saying, I've got to protect them by not ever letting you know who I'm talking about. Okay? So this is personal for me, and this is the decision that I've made. I know this is going to sound like both sides to a lot of you. I know this is going to sound like I'm writing a fence, but I really do see both sides here. And I want, if there's anything we can achieve here, it's seeing each other's point of view. A so-called black Twitter account pressed Cut Black to denounce Lindsay. Turns out the account... Okay, so what Umar's talking about is really important. I touched on this earlier, but yeah, in these mobs, as Lindsay terms them, as you know, they're described in Hot Allostatic Load, which we're going to read later on, because I think it's an important piece. There is not just a bunch of people saying, I don't like so-and-so. There's a bunch of people saying, I don't like so-and-so, and if you don't denounce her with me, or if you stand up for her, I'm going to make this your problem. We're going to make this your problem. Right? So in addition to, this gets more and more complex. So we got the creator, right? The creator can be hurt. I'm saying that. You know, your reputation can be hurt. That's fucked up. Your mental health can be hurt. That's fucked up. Your physical health can suffer because of the hit to your mental health, right? That's fucked up. And then I'm also saying that the person making the criticism can be hurt probably more so than the creator, can be isolated, can be excluded, right? Can be shut up and shut down, all right? And then on the third thing, I'm also going to say that, like what Umar's saying about there's something that you said earlier that I wanted to speak to, Umar. Yeah, the denouncement that Cat Black was pressed to do of Lindsay. I'm also going to say that the person defending the larger creator can be attacked, can be isolated, can be hurt. Right? So there's a lot of moving parts here, and I just want people to acknowledge that. This isn't a simple, straightforward thing, as much as we'd like it to be. And that's not to minimize what Lindsay suffered, because I want to acknowledge that. I do believe that Lindsay suffered. I do believe that Lindsay was put in an impossible situation. And I do believe that we lost a great content creator because of this. Right? I just don't want to miss the other parts of the story, because they're important too. All these perspectives represent a life that somebody's living, that somebody's experiencing, and how it was impacted by these phenomenon that we don't quite understand yet as we step into from the old world of media into the new world of media. We don't really know what territory we're getting ourselves into. And unless you've really been around content creation and experienced things from all sides, you don't have the complete picture. I don't have the complete picture. I've been on both sides of this, and I don't have the complete picture. So I'm just asking for a little bit of, like, you know, step back, take a breath, and try to, like, you know, look at what people are saying, look at what people are feeling, look at what people are experiencing. Yeah, her original tweet didn't even have a value judgment here. Like, I'm agreeing with that. I don't think that the original tweet was problematic, right? But that's on the side of intent. We also got to consider impact. And I'm not convinced that it didn't have an impact, even if it was astroturfed by the right wing, even if the gravity, the severity, and the intensity of the situation were magnified by right-wing forces that want to see Lindsay Ellis go down. And do you want why they want to see Lindsay Ellis go down? because Lindsay Ellis has been a voice against the fandom menace phenomenon. Lindsay Ellis has effectively fought back against these assholes that are just monetizing privileged ignorance, because that's a lucrative enterprise, right? I think people criticizing Lindsay were fed a story about her that makes them think they are doing the right thing. Yeah. So same thing with the people that criticized me. They might have been fed a story that made them think that they were doing the right thing. And that's why you're not going to hear their names from me, right? Oh my god, thank you, Buffy. I'm so done with any part of the left acting like these demons should catch a break. I mean, are you talking about you're talking about the alt-right, the demons, right? I feel like I've missed a lot of chat. Even when somebody does mess up, public shaming isn't a great teaching method. I agree. Um, I agree. You can hate guns, but when people are shooting at you, you better shoot back. People who went after Lindsay are evil, period. We gotta stop both sidesing this. Well, it's not even a both sides, right? We're not talking about two parties. We're talking about, I don't know, tens of thousands of parties, right? And statistically speaking, there's somebody in those tens of thousands of perspectives that wasn't coming in bad faith. Raya and Avatar are both stories with children automatically see Cruz alongside a Messiah figure to save the world from a supernatural threat. The shit left. The shit left. Talking about the shit left. That started this, and the alt-right that made it worse. I mean, there is a lot of lack of solidarity, on the left. There are a lot of people that will just go along with, whatever campaign of excommunication is going on against somebody because they feel the pressure, and it's easier for them to exclude that person than it is for them to stand up for that person. They don't even show the same Asian cultures, so if you saw it all the same as the same brush in that sense, the racist, yeah. Um, I think the problem was that people just thought that Lindsay was saying something that she wasn't saying. That at least some people thought that that's what was going on. There's probably also people, because like we're talking about an anti-fandom here with Lindsay. We're talking about that there's like, okay, so when I, as who I am in real life, sit in front of the screen and do content, I'm creating a character. You're not seeing all of me. You're seeing a version of me, right? And that version of me becomes a reality in your mind. Like you know that person, or you feel like you know that person, right? And some people you might really like that person. You might find that person refreshing. She might offer you perspectives that you haven't thought of. She might express or resonate with what you're feeling, right? It might be really good, and that's probably, if you're here, that's probably why you're here, right? That on some level you're this does something for you. But there are also people that might see that person and be really rubbed the wrong way by that person, right? Maybe I'm annoying, maybe I piss you off, maybe I'm ignoring your perspective. That's valid too. So many teens and early 20 folks who love dogpiling. It's disgusting and shouldn't be tolerated. A large chunk of my time on Twitter It's just meant mass blocking quote retweets. Hey, Emily. Oh, a lot of her defenders, such as Vosh's pit stains, responded with shitpost saying exactly that. That's to Umar, and Umar said, "You know how to tell when someone comes to you with bad faith, when when they post shit like kill yourself." Well, yeah, no, nobody's. I don't think anybody's arguing that those KYS posts are anything but bad faith. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I mean, that's what I was saying earlier. Is that some people will come to you and act like what they want is an apology, what they want is you to take accountability, but really they're not going to let you do that. They want you gone. They want to get rid of you. I've experienced that. I've met people like this, you know. I've talked to people like this on Discord for hours and hours and hours trying to find, you know, like, what did I do that upset you and how could I make it better? And there was no answer. So I believe you. I believe you, Umar. That knife cuts both ways. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, right? Um, Also finding control where you can. It's easier to yell at somebody on Twitter that, oh my God, yeah, yeah, this is really true. This is really true. Because if you knew me in real life, you know, if we were friends, or you know, if I was friends with some of the people like, you know, saying outlandish things about me, they would probably think twice about saying those outlandish things about me. Um, and yeah, yeah. It part of it is that online anonymity, the feeling that like, because I do become, listen, I literally become digits, okay? I literally become binary code. When I film myself and I put that content out there, I turn myself into data. And that data is, what do we do with data when we play video games? Yeah, and if you can Irene Geller because she pissed you off, right? Because there's something about her online persona that rubs you the wrong way, that probably feels really good. That's probably like a really fun video game. And there's some people playing that video game right now, so drop another quarter in, right? Because you're wasting your life just like Captain Ahab, people that are hunting me. I am the white whale that will do nothing but take your life from you. And I don't mean I'm going to take your life from you in any sort of physical sense. I mean you're going to waste your life hunting me. You're going to lose out on other things that you could have done instead. You're going to lose out on real world relationships. You're going to lose out on self care. You're going to lose out on so many things while you're hunting Irene Geller. M Dragon said something earlier, or did M Dragon send me something on DM? Sent to mean tweet. Listen, I did it. I did it the other day too. I mean, it was, you know, I was dogpiling on a transphobe, so I felt a little bit less bad about it. But what I did feel bad about was the fact that I was making an effortless post and I was getting handsomely rewarded for it. Right? I didn't really contribute anything to that discourse, and yet, like, I get the accolades just because I can jump on and say, you know, ratio. I think it's good to expose yourself to different beliefs, opinions, and takes. I don't agree 100% 24/7, 365 with anyone. And that is the good thing. Uh, Joni, do you mean M Dragon sent me something on DM? Okay, I'll take a look at that. Ooh, M Dragon, if you're here, I'm gonna need you to I'm gonna need you to if you can screenshot this for me. The account owner either has blocked me or limits who can view their tweets. So not sure which that is. MT browser. What is MT? Oh, my browser. I'm sorry, it's MY, not MT. Yeah, yeah. I figured that out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, Goatsmith. Yeah, yeah. You're right. You're right. That's what Umar was typing. Not sure it's an age thing, to be honest. Oh, as far as the early 20s comment, yeah. Meow. Meow. So, I mean, I guess we're probably gonna have to start with mask off. Um, in order to get there's a lot about this situation that's like that I can't find in the Wayback Machine. I think the tweet was taken down. Let's see. Let's put up the tweet just so we know what we're the thing that began all of this is this tweet by Lindsay Ellis. Let me grab this. There it is. And okay. Also watched Raya and the Last Dragon, and I think we need to come up with a name for this genre that is basically Avatar, The Last Airbender Reduxes. It's like half of all young adult fantasy published in the last few years anyway. Um, she took it down in March. Well, it's not just the Raya tweet. There's a lot of like there was like responses to that tweet, and there was an attempt by her to acknowledge, the from my understanding, there was an attempt by her. There was some tweet made to try to acknowledge the criticism, how how the tweet might have been received, and to clarify her meaning, and that I can't find. I read young adult fiction. She's not wrong. Yeah, I believe you. Whenever there's a successful property and successful intellectual property, there's a tendency by everyone to try to kind of emulate whatever formula they think contributed to that success. And so, like, I mean, some people are more brazen about that than others. Some people will absolutely rip off the narrative structure, if not more, of an intellectual property in order to get easy money. And I think that is an example of how capitalism contributes to shittier art, shittier culture, right? Is that there is a financial incentive to make art that we don't need. That's basically it's like reposting somebody's YouTube content, right? There's nothing. Yeah, yeah, totally. Oh, some Twitter replies. Okay. Okay, so this is the goodbye post. Her linking her Patreon. Now, my understanding of this is that um this is only for Patreons now. I think at first it was publicly available, but at some point she made it Patreon only. So I'm not gonna click on that. I'm gonna respect that. Um, she posted her favorite track. Oh, she was gonna talk about a Weekend album. Okay, so she's posting the live performance of the album. That which doesn't kill you kills you slowly. Won't be in DC to lose my second Hugo tonight in person, but wishing the best of luck to everyone, especially any brony-related documentaries. All right, so, oh, sorry, Famps, you just sent me the link to her Twitter. Okay, I see. So somebody here is saying that she's digging a hole. There's Lindsay saying, okay, so this was, oh, and one other thing, saying that a thing is structurally similar to another thing is not a dig. Oh, that's why a dig. I get it. Why do people immediately get defensive and think it's a dig? No, no story is truly original. Oh, okay, I see. So this is what people are saying. It doesn't imply a value judgment, right? And I'm with you on the original tweet. Like, I don't actually think, the only thing that was problematic maybe in the original tweet was the fact that it was made on Twitter, which absolutely destroys context, and that maybe other people saw something in the tweet that wasn't intended, right? I love Avatar. Star Wars has billions of imitators, all bad. The original Battlestar Galactica was a Star Wars ripoff. I actually didn't know that. I didn't know which one came first. Taking the risk to get the reward, incentive structures work. Have I seen Avatar The Last Airbender? Yes. Raya? No. I have not seen Raya, and it sounds like not a lot of people did. All art is inspired by other art as well. Risk aversion makes art bland. Some do look for the BS job security. I think that drives the bland, but yeah, listen, when I was studying audio engineering, one of the things that we did when we were recording, when we were recording really a track, right, as a project, was that we made a reference album. Okay, or so what a reference album is essentially we listen to the demo of the track, we get an idea of what we want to do with that, and we try to find songs that were at least somewhat commercially successful that that do that, that sound like that give us a sense of like, this is the kind of bass sound that we want. This is the kind of room ambience that we want. This is the kind of on the drums or whatever. This is the kind of compression that we like. There's elements in the reference album that point to what you're trying to do with the track that you're trying to produce. And I always found that a little cynical that like our eye was towards commercial success. And I mean, there's reasons for that, right? Artists need to eat and we need to eat, right? And so they're trying to make something that's going to make money, but in that effort you might be you might find yourself emulating other pre-existing artwork, in a way that's not the best choice artistically, right? So yeah, it was too, oh wait, what was too expensive to keep making? We let corporations develop our culture by focus groups. I think there's a book about that, about what Max Idol said. Large-scale corporations and conglomerates buying up indie art studios in every medium. It kills creativity. Everything is done by committee. True. Hey, what's up, Eudaimonia? Good to see you. Wait, she got canceled off of that semi-prejudiced Asian tweet. How is that any worse than the nonsense that others... Oh, that's another aspect. So this is something we haven't hit on yet. Um, so, like, you've got this thing that, like, some of you in this room, if I call it cancel culture, you're gonna get mad at me. because you're going to say that's a right-wing terminology, right, that the left shouldn't be adopting. And I mean, that is the way the language is going, right? And in general, I don't fight language. I adapt to language, right? But, you know, you could also call it scapegoating, right? And scapegoating speaks more to its origin, I think, than cancel culture. The origin of what we're talking about is the rights of exclusion practiced on marginalized people throughout history to blame what might even be like a societal problem, or a problem from God, a problem from the natural world, you know, the there's a drought, there's a plague, there's this, there's that, blaming that on a marginalized person, and actually, like, you know, excluding them, ostracizing them, um, you know, abandoning them as some sort of a ritualistic so that's some sort of right that's supposed to help with the problem, right? So, you know, that's kind of where this comes from. And who does this stuff, whatever you want to call it, who does it impact more? Marginalized people. If you're a woman, you're more likely to get this. If you're gay, you're more likely to get this. If you're trans, you're more likely to get this. If you're non-binary, you're more likely to get this. If you're black, you're more likely to get this, right? This is who ends up suffering most of the costs, right? And yet, who do we see bitching about this stuff? People with privilege. And as a result, it's what I call stolen valor, is that Vosh or Zanderhal will complain about getting canceled, and in reality, like, we're not seeing all the people that are really canceled. We're not aware of them because they don't have the reach, they don't have the voice, they don't have the clout. Privilege comes with clout usually. And so the person with clout gets to make the claim of having been scapegoated, having been mistreated, having been mischaracterized, having been ostracized, having been victimized, having been abused, whereas the people that get this stuff most often are the people that don't have the clout to make that claim. I know this as well as anybody does, being like a smaller creator who is attacked by a larger creator, right? It doesn't matter if you're right about it, if the other person has a giant megaphone that they can just blare their lies with, right? And so play Lindsay's mea culpa video. Wait, Lindsay has a mea culpa video? I know about the mask off video, right? Oh wait, maybe I've seen mea culpa. Wait, is it a video called mea culpa? I'm like trying to understand. Okay, I'm missing people's. Umar says there's a story, the Wachowskis who pitch Bound with Gina Gershon naked. The baseline is just that you must have developed a good ear. Scapegoating is more precise. Canceling means different things to different people, right? Right, and it does have a right-wing source, right? And yeah, like so you'll see some of my videos from the Dylan thing refer, you know, to cancellation, right? And I was adopting that language because that is the language that the debate bros speak. What I was trying to do is point out the hypocrisy that they are now doing, they are now engaged in the thing that they hate. They're unironically doing the thing that they say is evil to somebody else, right? But that might have also alienated some people that might have come to my defense. If I'm saying canceled, that to a lot of people that belies that in some way the right has gotten to me. The right has manipulated my language, and I'm talking in the way that they don't like me to talk because it sounds like a right-winger to them. That's valid too, okay? And you know, maybe I should have maybe I shouldn't have worried so much about what the debate bros thought, right? Maybe I shouldn't have been trying to, you know, fight the PR campaign on their grounds. But I honestly felt that there were more salvageable people there than maybe there actually were. So, you know, that's on me, that mistake that I made. Yeah. Wait, sorry. Instrudi. It's called Mask Off. Okay, so that's what you're talking about. Yeah, the video. Yeah, we were gonna start with that. What did you say, Udamaria? In instead of saying I quit. Oh wait, okay. So you're saying, sorry, I like misread that entirely. I thought you were, when you said PF, I thought you were referring to a creator. Um, instead of saying, what was your last? Though my one thing is that she didn't she say she was giving up YouTube of her own volition. I don't know the details, and maybe you raised it already, but perhaps there was room for her to hold herself to account instead of saying I quit. Hey, that's another thing, right? So when Contra quit Twitter, that was the, what would you call it, the activation switch for a lot of her stands to go and attack people that were making criticisms of her. Now, have I heard invalid criticisms, bullshit criticisms of Contra? Yes. Yes, I've heard those. I've heard lots of those, okay? Have I heard criticisms of Contra that are valid? Yes, I have heard those too. The Buck Angel thing comes to mind, right? And, you know, with that, there was just a lack of research, right? I don't think that Contra was trying to platform a transmed abusive piece of shit. I think that Contra legitimately did not know that Buck Angel was such a person, right? And that maybe she had encountered him as a public persona before he had done some of that stuff, right? And she just wasn't aware. It should have been a simple, you know, okay, right, Buck Angel's fucked up. I'm sorry. That was messed up. Like I honestly think it could have ended at that, but instead it became this, they're trying to cancel me again. Oh, here comes the cancel mob, right? And it just, like, you know, that sends it into this whole loop. Um the cancellation drama arc loop, I guess. People like to use getting canceled as a colloquially to mean that these same sort of mass campaigns against someone, whether they deserved it or not. It was in her note. She quit. And hey, Jennifer. Even with a name like Buck Angel, we need a guide. Well, I mean, I believe, you know, he was became famous for his work in pornography. So, you know, like that's you know, probably this, the stage name was for, you know, porn. I won't be mad, but I don't like the word cancel culture. I mean, that's valid. That's valid. It's just, it's trying to find a way to communicate, right? And maybe I was too marinated in the debate bro world to be sensitive to like how that came across to a lot of people. And like I said, you know, that's, you know, I missed out on allies I could have had because of that choice. Okay, I mean, definitely on that second one, red flag, big time red flag. But what is the red flag on the name Buck Angel? Maybe I'm missing a reference or something. I guess it's a question of how many people took what she said personally, right? While I, as an Asian American, thought it was fairly inclusive, I do wonder if, whether my sympathy to what she said, comes from some anti-Asian place. I don't know. Frankly, we have better battles to fight, and in my opinion, especially in the context of this situation. Lel. It's a very musky and masculine name. I guess I don't know, but yeah, Buck Angel as a figure, yeah, is, you know, highly problematic in a way, in ways that I think there's some contrastands that don't understand like who exactly Buck Angel was and what he's been doing. Like, I mean, this dude's toxic. This dude is massively toxic. And now I have particles. Yay, particles. Let's get rid of the particles. Can we get rid of particles? Maybe. Nope. We got rid of too many particles. Okay, because some of the particles are what I'm made of. Okay, there we go. That's better. All right. Oh, not inclusive, incisive, like a scalpel. I see. Lindsay Ellis was not criticized. She was attacked. I mean, with how massive her audience is, how massive the eyeballs are on tweets about her, I think it's statistically it's got to be both, right? And that's what we're having trouble dealing with, is the ambiguity of both things occurring and being mixed into each other. Wait, did I actually not show you the tweets that I was like thinking that I was showing you earlier? I don't know. Let's go ahead and get into oh my God, not Vocaloids. Um, you get to see my cringy Vocaloid listening habits. Here we go. And of course, like Umar's talking about, here is the right coming along to, oh yeah, okay, so before we get into the Lindsay Ellis, let me make one other point. So I'm just like making sure I've got the video in it's somewhere here. Okay, I'll find it. Okay, so the last point I wanted to make before we get into the video was this. When you get targeted for exclusion, let's just say, let's just say targeted for exclusion, right? And I'm so sorry to anybody that I'm not getting to in chat. You know, you all are very passionate about this, and I'm not getting to read all of your takes, and I'm sure there's good takes that I'm missing. I'm sorry about that. Like I said, make sure you're in the Discord and we can continue the conversation over there. I'll try to stop in and see what you know, people are saying and stuff. So the last thing I wanted to say was this. Okay, so when you're targeted for exclusion like this, and like I said, this has happened to me a number of times, there's a tendency to blame, you know, maybe the ideological group that you're a member of, if you feel betrayed by that ideological group. In other words, if what you're getting feels like friendly fire, if these are people that you think should be your comrades, there's a tendency to say, you know, well, the intersectional left is kind of full of itself. You know, let me go over here and check out Peter Coffin. Let me go over here and check out Amy Therese. You know what I'm saying? And it can be worse than that, chat. From what I understand about Blair White, she was love bombed by the alt-right after some kind of controversy that she experienced on the left. And, you know, like that was the instigating factor for her becoming what she is today. I experienced this too, after, you know, after being targeted for exclusion by a group of lefties, which and I think in that case we're talking about people who had an interpersonal beef with me and wanted to use the tools of social justice. You wanted to use the terminology of intersectional feminism, etc., as a cudgel against me, right? Because it was convenient. It's a good way to get rid of your enemies, right? And they thought of me as an enemy, or they thought of me as being in their lane, or competition, whatever they thought, they wanted to be rid of me, right? And they tried to do that. And, you know, I was pissed about it because it felt like friendly fire. And the next thing I knew, I am on a panel waiting in the green room, which it's not a real green room. I'm talking about a Discord channel called the Green Room, with a right winger, right? Who just like, you know, we're in the green room, we're not on the air yet, we're just chatting. Okay, what's up with you? What's going on with you? And I start to tell him about my situation. This motherfucker tried to pull me onto the right. Said this is what the left does. This is how they're going to treat. As long as you're part of the left, this is what he tried to recruit me based on this. And I think I had been a little salty earlier. I'd been a little bit down on my, you know, on my social group, right? I was blaming my social group. I was blaming, you know, kind of more intersectional lefties for that. And I realized at that point that what I didn't want to happen was for this incident to be a cause for me to give up what I believed in ideologically, for me to get pulled. I mean, obviously, I was in no danger of actually being recruited by the right wing, right? I'm a little bit like, I'm not on the fence about politics, let's just say. But in terms of somebody like, my friend Theory Plebe, coming to me and saying, yeah, this is what these intersectional lefties do. This is what these rad lib, you know what I mean, people do. And I could be hanging out with Theory Plebe right now, retweeting Amy Therese, right? Which is which is not where I want to be. So yeah, there is something to say for that, and we do have to watch out for that. Did you go to the right? No, I didn't. Okay, so I think I answered that question. Yeah. I'm not sympathetic. I'm just trying to raise the possibility of legitimacy because 1 million sub type with 1 million subs type some of the pain some of the must be good faith. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Statistically, there are people that at least aren't just there are people that believe what they're saying, like statistically speaking, right? That exists there. And yeah, you're right, Umar. The shit left is mixed in with that, and the alt-right is astroturfing the fuck out of that. So that's what makes it complicated. I'm not Blair White. That is true. Who is full of shit. That's true. I am very much not Blair White. NCC is rising. Oh my god. Yeah, and how? Let's take a look into... I've been teasing you with this for way too long. Lindsay Ellis's Mask Off. Huh. I'm seeing that there's more stuff I haven't covered of hers. I haven't looked at.
So last week, I was in a restaurant in North Carolina, and we were sitting at the bar, and the owner was sitting right there because they were about to close, and my mother starts talking to her, and somehow or other, the owner just looks at me, and she's like, well, what do you do? And, I wasn't about to tell her I'm a YouTuber. So I was like, I'm a writer. I mean, I am, technically. And she's like, well, what do you do? So I told her my name, and she's like, I'm going to Google you. And I was like, okay, but I'm super canceled right now. And she, like, laughed and clearly thought I was kidding. Or maybe didn't know what that meant, or, knew it in some, like, right-wing way. And then she, like, Googled me and, like, started laughing because the first thing in the, like, the questions people ask is, why is Lindsay Ellis canceled? And, I mean, why indeed? But before I get into this, I need to lay some groundwork. Ladies and boomers of the jury, here you go. Canceling is a public shaming of a member of a community for some violation of that community's standards by other members of that community. But the term actually originated with a 1981 song called Your Love Is Canceled by the band Chic. The song was inspired by a bad date guitarist Nile Richards went on at the height of the band's success, wherein his date behaved in a way that he felt was presumptuous and unacceptable, which really turned him off. Your love is canceled. No, your love is canceled. So basically it was inspired by this idea, any potential future we might have had, any potential love that might have developed, canceled. The song was not a hit at the time, but it stuck around, and over the decades, the term as used in the song started appearing in other pieces of art and music, including in songs by rappers like 50 Cent and Lil Wayne, until eventually gaining popularity in the vernacular of Black Twitter. In this original vernacular use, declaring someone or something canceled was not really an attempt to, like, instigate a boycott.
She changed this part before she said it came from New Jack City. New Jack City 90s movie, right? And then the Chic song is a 1981 song, right? In fact, and it in fact did not come from any black anything. It's a right-wing phrase. Okay, so you're saying that, okay, that them calling stuff cancel culture, it wasn't a co-optation of Black Twitter, like she seems to think, right? It wasn't the right way. It wasn't Ben Shapiro and company co-opting the language of Black Twitter, right? It was they came up with it on their own, is what you're saying. Cancel came from that, and how come we never used it until 2016? Okay, sorry, let me go ahead and clarify. Not like Karen, which was, yeah, adopted by the right from... she was criticized and attacked.
boycott or hold someone to account, but more of a personal.
If canceled came from the Chic song, why didn't we use it until 2016? That Chic song outdates the bloody internet. Step one was not off. So you mean the first tweet, right? The step one was not off, but her responses revealed much precious entitled insecurity, sorry. Canceled is just a word being used because it best fits.
Decision, not unlike Chic's original song, canceling them in the television of your mind. So to cancel someone wasn't a call to deplatform, it was more just saying, you stepped out of line, so I'm done with you. Like when the city of New York canceled Mayor de Blasio for eating pizza with a fork and knife. Which, to be fair, is the only reason to criticize the man. The connotation of this term with callouts and deplatforming didn't happen until a few years ago, as Me Too began and callouts did lead to some powerful people actually losing things. According to Washington Post writer Clyde McGrady,
Yeah, I get the feeling that there's a lot of confusion about the origin of the term.
Callouts led to greater consequences. Some people became nervous about
But yeah, it makes sense what you're saying, Umar, that if it was really from, an 80s song, then, because it's like language, it has to get carried in memory, right? And there's no way that song, being not really a hit, right, that carried that memory. What would have carried that memory would be the colloquial use of the term. And what you're saying is that it wasn't, being carried that way in the Black community, so that it doesn't make sense to have this continuity between the use of it in a 1981 song and the use of it arising in 2016, which you seem to be pretty sure is, an organic right-wing phenomenon. Think of The Godfather. We use almost every line in that movie. What do I know? I know make you an offer you can't refuse. Luca Brasi sleeps with the fishes. What else do I know from The Godfather? There's probably more mafiosa terminology that I know that does come from that film, right? Because it's kind of what broke the mafia as a commonly understood thing, right?
Social media had changed power dynamics in the court of public opinion. Cancel culture was the diagnosis, and the term became a catch-all defense for those trying to evade public criticism of any kind. But now, cancel is just another word that white people have taken and run into the ground. So like woke before it, it has gone from AAVE vernacular to right-wing grievance buzzword, which is more or less where we are today.
Pretty quickly, and we are now seeing wokeism.
Not wokeism.
And diversity and inclusion.
Diversity and inclusion?
This is just the cancel culture, and I will tell you, the people at home should be scared because their ball game is next. Their business will be next.
Ball game? Is your ball game going to get canceled because of wokeness? That part is right about wokeness. Take them to the mattresses. Woke, it was ours too. It was this reading chat. Woke was ours too. Leave the gun. Take the cannoli. Take them to the mattresses. Wait, that's from Godfather. Okay.
It continues. It won't just be Republican.
I've seen, wokeism, right? I've seen Godfather, right? I've seen Godfather. I just don't remember a lot from it.
Who get canceled.
Chat, can you tell that I have a cold? Is it like I got a cold and I feel it's making me talk weird. I feel like I'm talking funny because of my cold.
Won't just be the President of the United States. The cancel culture will come for us all.
So I have a lot that I want to unpack here because I've had a bit of an ordeal that led to me realizing that I was bad for Twitter.
Oh my god, I was about to make a really bad joke about the right wing's persecution complex with cancel culture, but I pull myself back. Yeah, you can thank me later.
And Twitter was bad for me, and so I deleted my account. And for some dumb fucking reason, the fact that I deleted my Twitter account not only made, actual news, my name was trending for several days. Is this another video about canceling? Or worse, the dreaded
give him a living, but never discuss the family business.
apology video? Like, do these people not realize I'm not a real celebrity? I'm the number 21,000th-ish most subscribed channel on YouTube, and I've published all of one book that only reached number 7 on the New York Times list. But it did hit the New York Times list. So we'll get into why in a minute, but, like, I'm neither going to go full Andrew Cuomo, pew pew, I'm being canceled by multiple credible allegations. You're never gonna be president, Andy. Or full crying apology video, though those do seem to be good for business.
And I just ask that you press pause for a moment and even just for 10 seconds, just cover this in prayer because there is so much healing that needs to take place.
Some of the time. No, sir. I've decided to do the one thing Americans should never do and vote third party. It's been a long time since we've done a list, hasn't it? So here we go. List. Part 1. Twitter is garbage. In the halcyon days of the early 2010s, Justine Sacco was a PR executive who traveled often for work, and not having many Twitter followers herself, often tweeted pitty little nothings, which on the morning of December 20th, 2013, as she was boarding a flight at Heathrow for a work trip, included this tweet: "Going to Africa. Hope I don't get AIDS. Just kidding. I'm white." Okay, so on its face, this is pretty inexcusable. It didn't take long for the tweet to catch the eye of Sam Biddle, then an editor at Gawker Media, who signal boosted it with a comment, "And now a funny holiday joke from IAC's new PR boss." The flight from Heathrow to Cape Town was 11 hours, and in that 11 hours, attention to this tweet spread like wildfire. Incredulity, horror, disgust, and also very quickly, glee, excitement. Sacco had less than 200 followers, and being on a plane with no internet, didn't know that she was Twitter's villain of the day, nor that she was one of the top trends worldwide. So there was a delicious irony to the fact that this woman had been canceled and didn't even know it. People had her flight number, tracked it obsessively, were just thrilled with this idea that she was going to land, and realized she had been found out. The hashtag #HasJustineLandedYet also began to trend. Someone even went to the Cape Town airport when she landed, took a picture of her, and shared it with the rest of the world.
She flew to Ethiopia, then came back and got her job right back with a bloody raise. How the fuck is she canceled?
A few months later, upon being asked why it appealed to him, Sam Biddle said of the incident, "The fact that she was a PR chief made it delicious. It's satisfying to be able to say, okay, let's make a racist tweet by a senior IAC employee count this time. And it did. I'd do it again." But while people, of course, gleefully obsessed over the tweet, no one seems interested in why she said it or what she meant by it. No matter how you cut it, it's a bad look. It's a flagrant flaunting of privilege. So it's funny that she got fired and, I mean, I'm not gonna... She had it bad for a while. And, like, I don't want to speculate on...
Yeah, what was she trying to say there?
Exactly how ruined...
That sounds like a... Like, wait. Does she really mean that the way, like, that it sounds? Like, because that sounds like a 4chan comment. That doesn't sound like a tweet by a PR executive. That's wild that she said that. Am I missing something here? Let's feel bad about a white woman because she got called out for flaunting white privilege.
And her life was. But it would also be reasonable to assume that this is a joke about white privilege, right? That it was bad and insensitive and made light of a terrible affliction that still kills thousands of people every day, but that she didn't mean it literally. And at the time, everyone...
Yeah, what did she mean then? Like... Because what you don't want to do is, like, you know, come at somebody for making a tweet where the parody is making fun of racism, right? But sometimes with those things, it's hard to tell. And if you're going to make, you know, a comment, a tweet, a piece of art that's got that element to it, you got to make damn sure it's understood. Because like I said, there's intent and there's impact. Impact is what hurts. Intent is something that nobody else can divine, right? Yet every white channel uses her as an example of horrible cancel culture.
Valve seemed to think that of course she deserved to have her life ruined over it, even if they understood it was a joke about white privilege. Justine Sacco's family in South Africa were African nationals.
There's a difference between being shitty and privileged. bias joke and systemic harm and malice. Bring back the concept of sticking your foot in your mouth, less high stakes. So wait, so I don't even understand the tweet. So she's saying the is the joke just that there is a high incidence of HIV in Africa? But don't worry, I'm white. Like I don't even get what was her
Congress
what was she
report.
trying to say there? Her intent was fucking clear to me. Okay, so what was her like? So it is like I am reading correctly then, right? Because I keep on thinking there like I'm just stunned that somebody would. I'm black and it's racist, but we typically don't cancel everything people for everyday white racism. Little jokes lead to the idea that it's okay to. Oh my god! Thank you, Nas Coca. Make it make sense. Oh my god. Well, you got to make euros make sense. No, just kidding. I think I know. I think I understand euros. Um. Oh my god. What am I doing? You want me to make this make sense? Oh my god. That's a tall order. I'm trying to make sense of it myself, right? And without losing anything, any perspective here, because there are a lot of perspectives. That it's okay to dehumanize black people. Uh, Little jokes lead to the idea that it's okay to dehumanize black people, which always translates to murder and genocide. Yeah, you're talking about the stochastic pyramid. It starts with jokes, and it ends in, I want to say, right? Uh, White folks can forgive her white privilege ass. You're talking about the woman on the plane. Um, you can forgive her white privilege ass, but I'm not. She has a lot of yikes takes, but I do feel that she's being attacked the way she is. Wait, who are we talking about? Yeah, that's the question that I kind of had, Emily. I wasn't clear on that. We're talking about the lady on the plane, or Lindsay in this case. No, I don't think it's an oops. I think the response was disproportionate. The racist from the HIV. So literally, she was making a joke about incidents of HIV in Africa. I keep on thinking like there's no way. Yeah, you're right. It does read like a 4chan comment. I mean, I think I've said shit before that's kind of yikes, right? Like that wasn't intended to be fucked up, but it was. Like there was a time when I crossed a busy street, because I saw my friend. Okay, so like I'm supposed to meet my friend for lunch, right? I'm on the other side of the street. It's a busy street. And background, I know for a fact that Asian and black people are routinely given tickets for jaywalking on the street, right? But I see my friend across the street, and without thinking, I run across the street. And she was like, hey, watch out, you could get in trouble for jaywalking here. And I made, the joke, oh, white privilege, right? But I mean, that was true, right? That the reason that I didn't think about this as being dangerous was because I have white privilege. It doesn't occur to me as a danger to me because, let's be real, the police weren't ticketing white people who crossed that street. Right? And it's like, you see how it's yikes though? I can joke about it because I'm not getting the ticket. It's yikes. It's legitimately yikes, right? It wasn't a good joke. I shouldn't have said it. But I guess I thought I was making fun of white privilege and my own kind of being oblivious to it, right? I thought that's what I was joking about. But on some level, when the pain isn't yours, neither is the joke. That's what we talk about when we say gallows humor, right? That there's some edgy shit that people say, trans people included, that you could classify as gallows humor. And it's funny when a trans person says it. But if a cis person like Vosh makes the same joke, he's not standing on the gallows. And from his perspective, it's actually not funny, right? Even if what he's trying to do is accomplish the same thing that I would be by making that edgy joke. So, yeah, it's, you got to think about this shit. But people shouldn't have to forgive and stick around for these frustrating missteps, even if they're missteps. I don't think we need to forgive these people, but we do need to spend less time all day obsessing and stalking cringe white people for basic racism. Like, I'd hope that people can give me grace and patience, but I'm not entitled to it. We don't need to spend all day. Lindsay has always seemed super defensive about these instances. This dichotomy is frustrating. To me, there really are people just frustrated trying to express it, and not everyone's a hater. And yeah, that's what I'm trying to make room for, okay? And I'm going to try to make sure that people understand that, as much as it sucks to see Lindsay get dogpiled, as much as it sucks to see Irene get dogpiled, I'm more worried about somebody that doesn't have clout getting dogpiled. So I'm actually a little bit more worried about the critics getting dogpiled. And from what I hear, that's what's happening right now with this, right? And I don't think that Lindsay did anything all that bad, but I am seriously concerned about the critics getting, dogpiled, because I know that they actually can be isolated in a way that Lindsay and, knock on wood, me can't, right?
The party of Nelson Mandela.
Critics are getting dogpiled.
They were longtime activists for racial equality. So while I can't read her original,
and I'm not blaming. Here's another thing. I'm not blaming Lindsay for that. When she says she can't control her stands because she's too busy shitting blood, I believe her. So I'm not putting this on her. I'm putting it on the stands. Okay, just so we're clear.
Perhaps she felt worldly enough and enough in the club and enough of an ally that she could comfortably make such a joke and that it would be understood.
Yeah, exactly, Xerxes. No one cares. This is the woke scold phenomenon that Vosh and Xanderhall always do. They play victim, they talk about woke scolds, and they end up canceling the woke scolds. Just like they tried to cancel Professor Flowers, right?
White people do this a lot. And I cannot say I am not guilty of this too. A year later, Sacco said to John Ronson, author of So You've Been Publicly Shamed, "To me it was so insane of a comment for anyone to make. I thought there was no way that..."
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Emily. Like, I am concerned about Lindsay. I do believe her when she talks about the allostatic load, which we'll get into later. I'm going to read that article because I think it's important. But I think that the people that I'm more concerned about are the people with no clout, including my critics. Like I want to bring that home. Like that's the part I can own, right? This does affect me, and I'm not being hypocritical. Like I'm taking, what I'm saying as it applies to Lindsay, and this is the same way that I see it, for criticism of me, which, you know what I think of the criticism of me. It's just it boggles my mind that anybody could believe this shit. Like the shit that I've been accused of. It's mutually exclusive, like, right? It's wild, it's outrageous, it's over the top, it is hyperbolic. It is something that I would think most people would look at and say, this is not possible. But I'm not going to make the assumption that, people who were getting harassed, people who were getting gaslit, people who were in a horrible situation where while I was getting harassed, there were people from my community that weren't very happy with me that were getting harassed too, right? And because of that, I think that they were put into a situation, into a paranoia-inducing situation. And because of that, and because of their relative size and their lack of a platform, you're never going to hear their names from my mouth, right? Because the last thing I want to do is inspire somebody else to get isolated that doesn't have the power to fight that, right? And if there's even a chance that what they said was in good faith, that this was something that they actually believed, I can't, I can't write them off like that. I can't say, well, they deserve whatever they get. No, they don't. And I don't want to contribute to that. The thing that really frustrates me, though, is like, I think that when critics are getting dogpiled, the worst thing is that it basically only affects people who legitimately care. If somebody just wants to hurt somebody, they will not care and laugh about the stands. That shitting blood comment rubbed me the wrong way too, to be honest. I think what she was talking about is the physical manifestations of stress, and I mean, I think that's real, right? And that, I guess, is one of the possible physical manifestation. I mean, I don't think she was being I don't think she was being figurative. I think she really, right? Am I wrong? She when she said shitting blood, she meant literally, right? That she was literally having like stress-induced health problems. Exactly. There's this power dynamic going on. Like, I even have more power than a whole lot of people, and I'd hate to use that to hurt others. People are like, oh, but Doug Walker or Logan Paul, etc. And it's like, well, they aren't sensitive. Well, I think with this example, that's a moment where white folks need to come get their person. Come get your person. Oh my God, I love that. I use that. Like, oh my God. I used to always say, come and get your dude. Like, when I felt like I bodied somebody, I'd be like, come get your dude. Like, if there was like a Dylan stan in my chat that, like, I embarrassed, I'd be like, all right, Dylan, come get your dude. Come and get your dude. Right? Anyway. Come get their person and set them straight, not spend all day on Twitter stalking and dogpiling. I think the issue, though, is that she can't shift from harassment to, hey, maybe this isn't the best move. I know that it's the victimhood of it that bugs me. I have similar health issues. Maybe it's a personal thing. Okay, I mean, like, there were a few things that she said that, I don't know. Maybe I couldn't. I don't know. Rubbed me the wrong way on that. But like, oh my God, this is so complicated. I know, but it's the victim. Yeah. Okay. I don't even know what this whole thing is about. I just saw Ellis sick her fans on one of my mods. Oh, geez. Oh, mutuals. I'm sorry. One of my mutuals. Wow. Come get your Karen. Yes. Okay. I'm not talking about Lindsay. I'm talking about her example in this video. I see.
Anyone could possibly think it was literal. Living in America puts us in a bit of a bubble when it comes to what is going on in the third world. I was making fun of that bubble, while also conceding I had no business commenting on the epidemic in such a politically incorrect manner on such a public platform. Biddle got caught up in his own shitstorm when he tweeted the following in 2014. And you'll never guess who was mad on the internet in 2014. Ultimately, Gamergate is reaffirming what we've known to be true for decades. Nerds should be constantly shamed and degraded into submission. Then adding, bring back bullying. I was there, man. Bold of you to provoke them like that. Well, you can guess what happened. There was a massive campaign against him, some from obvious bad faith right-wing trolls, but some who seemed to think that he literally was advocating for a return to the 1950s, where dumping books of dorky middle schoolers was de rigueur. Biddle publicly apologized to Sacco on the anniversary of her, well, it wasn't called canceling yet, Twitter-wide dogpile, let's call it, writing, Twitter is a fast machine that almost begs for misunderstanding and misconstrual. Deliberate misreading is its lubricant. The same flatness of affect that can make it such a weird and funny place also makes it a tricky and dangerous one. Jokes are complicated, context is hard, rage is easy. By this point, they had actually become friends, and comparing their experiences, he said, structurally, we had made the same sort of joke. Here is what a truly horrible person, a person whose attitudes were entirely opposite from mine and those of the people who know me, would say. You could argue that hers was worse, conjuring a real and pernicious attitude that had resulted in systemic historical oppression and mass death, but the impulse was the same, and so were the reactions. So even though there's a disconnect between the intended interpretation and the actual interpretation, there's also a disconnect between the severity of the crime and the gleeful savagery of the punishment. And this is not relegated to the early 2010s. It happens now more than ever. Twitter always has a villain of the day. Before me, it was...
The Lindsay drama is a lot like the Archduke Ferdinand situation. Oh, where you can't... It's hard to tell, like, who fired first, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's hard for me... Sorry. It's hard for me to not have this jealousy, to be honest. She has so much privilege and success, and woe is me just makes me feel more pathetic. Everyone draws lines based on mutuals and stands, and then they battle it out because she has a presence. Like, I got harassment when I was a teenager that probably messed me up, but I don't have 1 million subs or a best-selling buko. I think a lot of people wouldn't be as on her side if they weren't longtime fans. The problem is Lindsay's audience is very niche and a small subset of left-leaning pro-feminist video essay enthusiasts, and that ecosystem's connected to that industry.
Shrimp, bean, dad, I don't know. Something.
Oh God, bean dad.
Something milkshake duck. God, am I a
milkshake duck?
Milkshake duck?
Am I a Okay, I'm not a milkshake duck. I'm not a milkshake duck. Okay. You can say anything you want about me, but I am not a milkshake duck. Okay.
I feel like I'm too old to be a milkshake duck. I've been around too long to be a milkshake duck, right? To a certain extent, the villain of the day almost follows a script, especially now that we've all...
She's gonna talk about that, right? But yeah, good point. She hasn't gotten into it yet. The issue was a tweet that she made, here, I'll put it up again. She made a tweet about... Nope, not about that. She made a tweet about, Raya and the Last Dragon versus Airbender. She thought that Raya kind of ripped off the plot. This was taken by some people some people thought that what she was saying is that, like, all, Asian inspired storytelling is like the same, like, right? And that wasn't what she was trying to say. But because this is a tweet, maybe that wasn't clear to everyone. So, we're kind of stuck with impact and intent. Obviously, her intent wasn't harmful, wasn't malicious, but her, it could still have harmful impact. And, like, I guess the point that was brought up was that, like, this was at a time where there was an increase in attacks on Asian people due to the sort of Trump discourse around the coronavirus, which he, tried to blame on China and on Chinese people, basically. He tried to... Her tweet about Avatar was poorly timed with the anti-Asian... Yeah, exactly, Xerxes. You got there right before me, yeah. I think from her analysis, she has a point. Not that much of the demographic turned on her, and I don't know, feels dismissive to act like one of 1 million subs and 1 million subs and a New York Times bestseller is just a niche. The whole Raya thing was right after that shooting too. Oh yeah, you're right. I did hear about that. For sure, especially, oh my God. Hey, what's up, Breeze? Especially just hearing from people who just used her to be friends. I personally think the whole discourse is ridiculous. She is niche. She doesn't have nearly the reach of or the wealth of Hassan or ContraPoints or a non-left streamer. People say the Mara Wilson thing was private, but the news Quentin's review. Oh yeah, the Quentin's review thing. So yeah, Quentin's reviews, if I to understand this right, they made a honest trailer. So if you don't know, an honest trailer is basically like, if you think you're like saying this is what the trailer should be. If they were being honest about the movie, if they were being honest about the show, this is what their trailer would look like, right? And for that one, they basically recast Raya into the format of the Avatar Last Airbender trailer. So, you know, it was basically the honest review was it's really Avatar with like a reskin, right? So it's the same comment basically, and they didn't get clapped back for it. And some people use that as an example that, you know, this is like an attack on Lindsay Ellis because she's a woman. That's where the, you know, culpability, the accountability fell, right? Not at somebody that maybe had more views and more privilege, like Quentin's reviews. Not tweets, his DMs to her. Oh, okay, sorry. Oh, I see, okay. I'm pretty sure Contra makes way more on Patreon. I don't keep up with Natalie anymore, though, these days.
Been losing our minds because we've all been inside for a year doing nothing
Oh my
but
God.
looking at our phones.
No. Yes. Oh my God. Sorry, I'm just like laughing at the way that I reacted to that. This is so true. This is so true. And this is why I said, take a step back, take a breath, and consider this stuff. Think about what we're doing. Think about where we're at, because this is not a normal situation. None of us, I don't think, are experiencing normal consciousness, right? We're stressed. We're scared. We're anxious, maybe a little paranoid to boot. Yeah, you all, me, everybody, Lindsay, we got a lot going on. And it's going to be really easy to not notice that our reaction changes in that framework. So be really careful, because I swear to God, this is happening so much, right? Like, I don't think that this stuff would be like, a lot of this stuff wouldn't be happening the way that it is if not for this extreme circumstance that we're in. And I want people to recognize that, and I'm trying to recognize that, right? I've had, you know, the impulse to kind of go off on people in a way that's maybe not helpful, and I try to pull myself back from that, right? For me to see her say, but I'm not famous and I'm not rich, was annoying because, oh yeah, I see what she's saying. She's not Ariana Grande, but I'd kill for 1 million subs. Oh yeah, God, yeah, exactly. I think when somebody mentioned, like, you know, yeah, the money that I can't remember, it was somebody that makes like $4,000 a month off of like ad revenue, and I'm just like, off of ad revenue? Oh my God, I could pay my bills with that. I'd be financially solvent with that, right? You know, if I had $4,000 from ad revenue, I'd be good. So yeah, I know what you mean. And social media is designed to keep us in it. Oh my God, yeah. Lindsay has been around for a long time, and she definitely has a significant amount of enemies and antagonists. I'm saying she's definitely privileged, but we need to keep that in perspective. Can you tell I have a cold? 4K, that's so much money per month. Yeah, but I guess for a large creator, it's not that much or something. Rewiring our brains, all this isolation, social media, and outrage. Yeah. And like, especially platforms that feed off of that outrage, which I honestly think Twitch politics, you need to change your name to Twitch drama, because you're not doing politics, and you haven't been doing politics for a long time. I don't think you could even get eyeballs at this point with politics. I think your audience is looking for drama, and that's what you're giving them.
Says dumb thing, it gets some attention, person gets defensive, the defensiveness spurns outrage, people start coming out with receipts, the OP deletes their account. And Twitter is garbage because the user experience...
I don't think it's a fair criticism to just tell her to log off, because she works online and platforms are insidious, but I do think there should be people to take the phone away. Oh my God.
UX, as they call it in the industry, is designed to encourage this kind of behavior.
Yeah, Twitch is scary.
It's engagement, fast and emotional and satisfying, and easily forgotten. Communication.
And I'll be doing a video on that, okay? I'm going to talk about what happened to Twitch, where political Twitch started, because I was kind of there, right? And where it's gone to and why it's become such a right-wing platform when it was anything but to begin with. Most of Twitch politics was just an outgrowth of BreadTube, so they're kind of there were right-wingers on Twitch, right? But they just kept on TOSing off. They weren't, that influential. They weren't really that problem. I've only had like a real knockdown drag out with like one right-winger on Twitch politics prior to something that happened, right? That where the left wanted to do panels. They wanted to do panels with right-wingers, but they didn't have any right-wingers to bring on the panels, so they created a right-wing ecosystem. They created careers for right-wingers who were just there to be the St. George's Dragon, to be slayed every week, right? I'm thinking of CTV. I definitely got CTV and Dylan's relationship in mind there. I've been saying that YouTube should offer PR and therapy for big creators to mitigate the harm to and from them. Way she nuked it like she's the victim. Oh, nuked her Twitter? Twitch was already a default far-right environment. Well, yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. So, like, yeah, there were people there on Twitch, like, the gamers there were kind of defaulted to the right wing. But in terms of the political, just chatting and politics communities that got created, they were pretty left. A lot of them were from BreadTube, and, they experienced, growth, right?
Through Twitter often happens through shorthand, micro interactions that fit a limited number of predetermined narratives and scripts, because you're exposed to thousands of these per day, which is why we have these Twitter script phrases such as, wow, this blew up, friendly reminder, casual reminder, mask off. I don't know who needs to hear this, but thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Should have stayed in the drafts. Read the room. I'm trying to see something. I'll just leave this here. Asking for a friend. Send tweet. The list goes on. And the way it provokes rage and dogpiles is baked into the way the very platform itself is designed. Twitter as a company has a really big problem where outside of its user base, its reputation is quite bad, and it hasn't really seen an increase in active users in years. When a site hits its peak in terms
the gamers were racist, sexist, transphobic, and it was absolutely terrible. The same can be said for the leftists. Yeah, there is definitely a contingent of that, right? And what the problem with that is that, like, the people that have been empowered by the algorithmic functions of, the conflict driving the views have served to basically allow more right-wingers into the fold and into the leftist, because like there's this weird phenomenon, right? And this goes on YouTube too, but it's especially big on Twitch. You can formalize this on Twitch. On Twitch this is formalized, right? In the sense of raids and hosts and things like that. And right, so in YouTube it's just shout outs, right? If I get a shout out from a big creator, I'm gonna have, like a huge creator, I'm gonna have like 5,000 people join my community, like that, right? Based on, like, if Lindsay Ellis, shouts out nocommentchick, right? I'm gonna have 5,000 probably 10,000 Lindsay Ellis fans, like, in my community, like, overnight. So I'd grow, exponentially. But what does that also do? If I ever have a criticism of Lindsay Ellis, I might downplay that. I might soft pedal that. I might not even bring that to the table now, right? Because I've got, like, a lot to lose from that, right? So in a way, you could see it as, like, Lindsay just did me in a solid, but in a way, this is a hypothetical situation, right? Understand that this didn't happen, this is not going to happen, but Lindsay owns my ass at that point, right? And if it's Vosh, then Vosh owns your ass, and if it's Dylan, then Dylan owns your ass, right? You know what I mean? It's the kind of the way that the clout network works. But I'm saying is that on Twitch, it's formalized, right? A lot of the big creators, they have a core audience of like 100 people. Now, 100 people is not that much on Twitch. How is it that they're getting 500, 800, 1,000 people in their chat rooms? Well, those are raids. Those are people that come on in raids. So a lot of these big content creators, they kind of share an audience. Like a lot of the people that are really involved in Twitch, they are going around to multiple streams, right? And mainly the streams of the people that the content creators they like put their arms around, right? Now, the putting their arm around, like if I go on a video with Lindsay and she puts her arms around me and says, "This is no comment chick, she's fucking great," right? That has the same kind of effect. But on Twitch, what she'd do is she'd raid me. She'd raid me with 5,000 people. Let's say, 2,500 of those stick around, and of those 2,500, 1,000 follow me, right? And so now I've got, an influx of 1,000, but it's not just that, right? It's like that, I'm gonna raid Lindsay, or I'm gonna raid a friend of Lindsay, then that person's gonna raid Lindsay, and the viewers are back in Lindsay's chat, and then they raid, you know what I mean? It's a big circle. It's this big human centipede of viewers, right? It's what Twitch is. So it's formalized, right? And so if you get a big clout creator pissed off on you on Twitch, the stakes are a lot higher. They can really squeeze you. They can put pressure on other people not to raid you, right? They can put pressure on other people, not to host you, not to have anything to do with you, not to come on stream with you, not to anything, right? There's a lot, this stuff is way more formalized on Twitch. That, I think, is why Twitch is more toxic. That, I think, is why Twitch is more right-wing, because the right-wingers figured out how these dynamics worked, and they found a way to just intellectually capture a large subset of the left, right? Hassan has 30K. He somehow has better politics than a lot of these people. Hassan doesn't play this game as much as other people, right? He does raid people like Mike from PA and some other people, right? But Hassan is more of an organic phenomenon than a lot of these, Twitch creators, right? There's a lot of Twitch creators that you'll see that look pretty big, but those fans aren't really theirs. Those are shared fans, and because of that, they can never piss anybody off who's inside the club, who's in the club. That is the rule. It's a club, and you can belong to it if you're useful to the club, if you don't piss off people inside the club, and if you do piss on people that are persona non grata to that club, right? So usually Mike from PA for a lot of Twitch politics people, like an acceptable target, like NCC. If you do some NCC content, you'll get in good graces with all kinds of sussy bakas, right? God, I feel like I'm giving you advice. I feel like somebody out there is going to become a content creator. It's like, yeah, I know what to do too when I do some NCC content. Let's talk about her dossier.
Of total active accounts,
Are you looking at my dossier? Chat, are you looking at my dossier? Is that all I am to you? It's just my dossier.
Still capitalist pressure to increase value and profit, a shrinking pool of eyes, plus a need to
MFPA? What? Do I know what that is?
Increase revenue equals a service that needs to squeeze more blood from the same stones. So every UX decision is geared towards increasing time spent with eyes on the screen. That's why they've developed non-chronological timelines.
Hassan's got some brochless tendencies.
Tweets that get added to
Mike from PA. Yeah. Sorry.
By virtue of other people like.
I don't know, that's what everybody tells me. Everybody tells me Mike from PA is awful, but I honestly have not watched enough of this content to have an opinion.
Liking them. Goddamn fucking quote tweets, and so on.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh my god, clickbait. Canceling NCC video. She's cooler than me, and I am jealous.
Twitter is designed quite literally to be addictive. They aren't getting new users, so they have to keep the ones who are there from logging off. Twitter wants you to post, and it wants you to boost, and it wants you to engage, so it will put as few barriers between the user and engagement action as possible. So with all that in mind, it's no wonder that
chat, just in general, I don't hate any creators. There's some creators that have done a lot of harm to me. There's some creators that have used their platform in ways that hurt the trans community. And I'll call that out. I'll call them out when they have bad takes. I'll call them out when they're doing harm. But it's never personal. It's never about it's never just I fucking the person rubs there are creators that rub me the wrong way, right? I was there are definitely creators that rub me the wrong way, but I never really crosses my mind seriously to do content about them just because if I don't like their content, I don't watch their content, and that's the end of the story, right? I try not to get sucked into the personal game of parasocial love and hate.
Among the many pre-written shorthand Twitter scripts, Twitter's villain of the day is even a thing, and that it's a common truism on Twitter that the only goal is not to become the villain of the day. The unspoken understanding that it can be anyone if they're not careful.
It'll happen to you. No way, man. We're gonna keep on rocking forever. 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 Forever.
Engagement is often driven by outrage, and so we have this combination of high emotionality with a desire to perform. Social media is designed to manipulate our desire for approval, and a part of that these days is the desire to perform allyship. White people in particular all want to be told they're one of the good ones, which is why people like Justine Sacco gain such attention in the first place. In a fundamentally unjust world, it's satisfying to take a cosseted bigot down a peg. So if we can only get one more wrong-headed, bigoted head on a pike, humiliate one more blackface stewer or one more appropriative food blogger, we could heal this world. And inevitably, it was my turn. Cannot shut the fuck up on Twitter.
That's the
on Friday,
that's
March
the Moby Dick factor.
2021, I was Twitter's villain of the day.
Hey, what's up, Phoenix? Good to see you. So many people who are fans of BreadTube have such a double. Yeah, we were talking about that. So like people like there's a lot of people that like are worried about the harassment of Lindsay Ellis. There's not a lot of people that are worried about the harassment of critics of her, critics of Vosh, critics of Xander Hall, right? That's not a narrative that has the reach to kind of get spread the way that sympathy for larger creators can. Were there some parts of this video? Oh, there were some parts of this video that bugged me. But this part has a lot of points for sure. I think that the sycophantic stands also worsen the process. The double standard is real.
So, for those of you who haven't yet seen my offending tweet, let's have it. My Justine Sacco.
Are you really gonna platform anti-Lindsay content though? No.
Moment. Are you ready to see why mommy's canceled? Also, watched Raya and the Last Dragon, and I think we need to come up with a name for this genre that is basically Avatar: The Last Airbender reduxes. It's like half.
My makeup was on point when I started today, and then the natural light went away, and now it looks like absolute shit. And I'm trying to. I looked so much cuter when I started the stream. Oh boo.
Of all YA fantasy published in the last few years, anyway. That's it.
Because I dared to criticize one of BreadTube's favorite white ladies, I was bombarded with hurtful comments with undertones of racism and ableism. Someone can post a good faith crit, an LE stan, Lindsay Ellis stan, might give them hate and put them on edge, and then everyone's emotions are intensified.
That's the tweet.
Yeah, that was a fucked up thing, because, like, when I came into this space, I was in Xander Hall's community pre-Vosh when he was doing like Minecraft streams and stuff, right? And I kind of got to know him, and he was always really nice to me, and always really helpful. But then early on, when I started streaming myself, I would notice that he doesn't just I don't know, he has a way. This woke skulled narrative that they developed is basically a way to turn the harassment on their critics, and I was never comfortable with that. Like right away when I saw that, I was like, this isn't good, and that's one of the factors that led to me debating the guy, right? That led to me provoking him on Twitter, bringing him on to debate, and then like he was still my buddy because like I didn't bring up the harem stuff, right? He was really afraid of getting canceled because the harem stuff. I said the harem stuff isn't the problem. Like, let's talk about this like genital preference thing that you said, right? There was other more obvious issues to me than like litigating something that I hadn't really read up on. So I think that because like people perceived me as not going hard enough on Xander Hall because of that, but the real reason was there was other problems that I had with him that I wanted to bring up, and he kind of ignored those actually. But yeah, I mean it's if you want to know, Xander Hall did turn on me, right? So nothing that I did as far as carrying water for the guy bought me any favor with him, and I realized that like in debating people like Mix Vivian, not only was I wrong, but I was obscuring some of the good points that she was making. I didn't listen to her when she said that his interaction with Calvin Guerra was harmful, and I should have, because Vivian was right. The whole woke scold thing is very manipulative. Ultimately, it's a way to silence people who criticize you. Exactly. Vosh is always whining about woke scolds. It's annoying.
So I imagine some of you are very confused. Part 2, valid
Wait, the alt-right invented the term woke scold?
criticism. So from what I can tell, the whole thing originated when some Southeast Asian artists and animators read the tweet as being dismissive and reductive and implying all Asian-inspired things are the same genre. And to me, it was made even more frustrating by the fact that several of the people who started this hadn't even seen the movie. In fact, most people who were getting involved with this conversation hadn't even seen the Dragon movie. Looks like no one saw the Dragon movie. But here's the thing,
Ben Shapiro popularized woke scold.
kind of had my own "has Justine landed yet"
Not into her scare quotes here.
experience by popping off the tweet, reading a few responses who understood what I was getting at, going to bed, and it blew up while I was asleep. Hashtag has Lindsay woken up yet? And because by the time I woke
I mean, this is really strange, and like anybody who's encountered the anti-NCC stuff, maybe you can speak to this, because like I've largely been spared that. Like, I didn't log off, I didn't stop making content when, you know, the people on Twitch Politics started doing streams on me. I just kind of ignored them, right? And I think for me that worked, because what I was doing was I was keeping my content going. I wasn't letting the haters, you know, change my content, change what I was covering. And, you know, I was, I didn't make the mistake like I did with the Dylan thing of platforming, you know, criticism against me, of platform in order to push back on it, right? That was one of the things that I thought, well, no, I'll just like, you know, let's bring on Dylan's criticism. All right, here's why it's wrong, this, and this, and this. And I got to realize that when you're doing that, you're playing a numbers game. Like, some people are going to be like, yeah, that's right, Dylan's fucked up and that was disingenuous what he said about you. But some people are going to be like, no, I agree with Dylan's criticism, right? So yeah, platforming your own criticism isn't always the best choice, and people don't realize that when you're trying to push back, sometimes that's what you're doing, is platforming the hatred against you. So I didn't make that mistake. I didn't platform any of the hatred against me. I largely ignored these people and waited for them to realize that it wasn't doing numbers the way that they thought it would, right? And that was partly because I didn't engage. Also, the other thing about it is Twitch Politics is a drama machine, is a content farming machine. And I hate those people. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say it. I hate what those people represent. That's better. Yeah, I hate what those people represent. I hate what they're doing, and I don't want to feed into that. And anytime you respond to them, you're kind of giving them more content. And I didn't want to do that. So yeah, I just smothered the thing. I just deprived it of oxygen, and you know, it largely it was largely a swing and a miss. It still hurts because there are people who believe that shit about me that I really care about, that I wanted to work with, right? And that I can't now. So it really does hurt. But you know, honestly, like I didn't lose any you know, subscribers. I didn't lose any viewers. What I lost was, you know, friends. And I mean, that sucks, but I guess that's the nature of content creation, that no matter how good you feel about a person, no matter how good work you've done with a person, at the end of the day, it's only plastic love. And if they get the right amount of pressure put on them from the right sides, they will give you up. And that's just something that I have to be okay with as a content creator, that all my friendships are somewhat, you know, conditional and maybe somewhat transactional. But the nice thing is that I do have a real interaction with my community, right? And that's, you know, something that's kept me going in a big way. I also think that criticism doesn't always have to be publicly acknowledged, but it might be good to consider. Yeah, well, yeah, that's the whole thing, is trying to pull out the good faith stuff from the garbage, from the right, you know, because my criticism started off as a right-wing campaign against me, right? But they did co-opt a lot of people that had, you know, this or that grievance against me, and some of them probably had a legitimate grievance, and that would have been something that would have been easy to take care of and apologize for had they not hitched their wagon to a right-wing op against a trans creator, right? that's what makes it a little bit complicated. But yeah, we will talk about that stuff eventually. I think I have made apologies to the people that I owe an apology to. And if you're out there and you think that you've been missed with that, let me know, because I'm willing to talk. I'm willing to hear you out. And you know, are you talking about the dossier thing? Yes, the dossier thing. Well, so and that was the other thing, is like the cancellation attempts against me, or whatever you want to call them, exclusion, isolation attempts against me, the attempts to silence my voice. They tend to happen, or when I get to a milestone on YouTube, right? So the first time I crossed 1,000, that's when the Dylan stuff hit, right? And like I said, it wasn't just the Dylan stuff. There was a bunch of sussy bakas that hitched along with the Dylan stuff that, you know, had that basically I was a threat to a right-wing element in Twitch politics, and that they had their eye on me, and they used the Dylan thing. They kind of mixed in with the lefties, you know, criticizing me on the Dylan thing in order to try to really, you know, twist the knife on me, right? And then, you know, the second wave of this happened when I crossed 1,000, right before I crossed 1,000 again, right? So yeah, it's pretty clear, you know, where the energy in the anti-NCC stuff is coming from. It's clearly right wing. Now, does that mean that everybody that's, like, you know, hitched their wagon to that? Does that mean that everybody knows it's a right wing cancel campaign and they're okay with that? They're okay with helping the right wingers as long as it hurts NCC? Absolutely not. I cannot assume that. I cannot assume that all the criticisms are in bad faith. I think statistically speaking, even with me, even like this isn't as big as Lindsay Ellis's thing, right? But even with me, just statistically speaking, there's got to be some good faith criticism in there too. And that's why I always try to keep my door open, you know, to hear that, right? And that's why I'm really careful not to attack people with no platform that are making criticisms of me.
Up. I'd already gotten a few, like, oh my god, are you okay? Messages from friends.
Yeah.
Before I even opened Twitter. By the time I looked at my timeline, I saw very little that I would consider valid criticism. So I feel like I need to establish...
definitely people who aren't mad at what she said, they just wanted an opportunity. But I think she definitely did a bunch of things worthy of criticism. Sounds mad complicated. I can get it. Sorry, I can get if it was one thing that had really bothered someone, but even then, keeping receipts on people you know is just very weird. On the other hand, when someone keeps receipts on abusers, God, I mean, I wish I could agree with you there, right? But like I said, relationships between content creators are very dynamic. And even if somebody doesn't want, listen, I've been forced to, I guess, kind of give people up that I wasn't ready to give up on, right? I've had pressure applied to me that where people let me know in no uncertain terms that if I continued to associate with certain people, that I would be excluded just like they were being excluded. And I sadly, I've given in to those. I think that I've come a long way since then. I think I've learned a lot, and I think that I think that I wouldn't do that now. I think that I'd stand up for what I believed, and I'd stand up for, you know, against an attempt to silence another creator. But at the time, I didn't. And it actually ended up coming back and hurting me really badly, right? Because that person had information I needed. That person would have told me that the person that my friends were forcing me to bring back into my community actually had kind of an obsessive thought pattern about me. I actually, you know, had an unhealthy parasocial relationship with me, and I should have known about that. And the only reason I didn't is because I went along with this, you know, campaign to isolate her. Or I didn't isolate her, but like I turned my back on her, right? I shut the door and I blocked her. And like, so, you know, I mean, from making mistakes like that, from doing bad things, I think I've learned, you know, that I don't want to be like that. I think I've learned, you know, how that can affect people, and, you know, I got a little bit of karma for it too. So yeah. On the other hand, yeah, someone keeping receipts on abusers, that's a whole different story that can help protect other people from harm. Just never work with the right. What is wrong with people? Yeah, I mean, like, listen, I agree with you, okay? And I wish that people would do that. I honestly believe, though, that some of the people that worked with the right did so without knowing. And should they have done more research? Absolutely. But they didn't. And that's why I'm really careful about who I clap back on now, right? Because I don't want to be in the position of clapping back on somebody that's good faith. I don't want to be in the position, especially if I clap back on somebody who has a legitimate criticism that I should hear out and maybe apologize for, right? I don't want to miss that. I don't want to make the assumption that, you know, everybody's bad faith, that everybody's, you know, out to get me, right? Like that, like, you know, in that group, whenever this stuff happens, there's going to be a non-zero sum of people that believe what they're saying and think that they're doing the right thing. And I don't ever want to find myself attacking somebody who is in that camp, although I can admit that in some circumstances it might be unavoidable. It's just something that I try to do as much as I can to avoid. If you're a content creator and you know them, I get it for sure. It's viewers compiling any public potential misstep to make others not like them.
That this whole thing stopped being about valid criticism very, very quickly. And I'll talk about that later in the video.
Yeah, Emily.
But by the time I woke up, it had already blown way past.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to make it. Listen. In reality, you want to know the truth about me? I don't keep receipts, even on people that I should. I don't have time for it, and I'm usually too involved in content creation to have time for that, right? In reality, I don't have folders on anyone. That was a lie. That was you know, information that was doctored to get the attention of larger content creators, which is why people like Hassan and Destiny are mentioned in there, you know, even though I've never done a single bit of negative content on Hassan. And I'm sure there's some criticisms to make with Hassan. Like somebody said earlier, he's kind of a brochelist at times, right? But it's just never been something that I've covered, right? So it should be apparent to anyone that if you see a Hassan folder and then you look at my, you know, you look at all my content, you're gonna start to question, wait, what is she even doing with that Hassan folder, right? You know, has she got something really big that she's sitting on that people don't know? Actually, Hassan has a second mansion, like, right? You know, no, it's just it was just doctored to present a narrative, doctored and decontextualized to present the narrative that they wanted to present.
This is a careless display of white privilege. To this sort of thing is a contributing factor to the mass murder of Asian women that just happened. So
yeah, now I'm almost wishing that I did have folders on some of these debate bros. Honestly, Hassan has another house. Yeah, folders and receipts just seems stalkerish, right? Well, then I got news for you, Goatsmith. Your fave is stalkerish. Right? Because whoever you like as content creators, they got folders. Right? And you can think of it like this, like, right? Imagine somebody doing content on NCC. Where are you storing that? Like, you know, right? Because you got documents there. You got this and you got that and you got the other, right? That you need to cover in your stream to talk about why NCC is so bad, to talk about her dossiers, to talk about this and that and the other, right? Where are you keeping that? Hey! You aren't keeping that in a folder, are you keeping that in a folder? Oh my God! You've got receipts on people. That's stalker. No, it's not. It's a sad It's a sad, you know, cost. I don't know, it's a sad fact about the business, right? That this is what happens. I am probably abnormal in how little I do that stuff, in how disorganized, you know, my everything is, and you know, the fact that I don't have anything, you know, like receipts like in case of emergency break glass, you know, receipts to go after somebody, right?
So this is what we call an overstatement of harm. It had gone from possible insensitive microaggression from a C-list YouTuber to contribute.
I'll be honest with you, chat, though. I never kept files. Like, right? Files, folders, organization. You should, if you know anything about No Comment Chick, you know that that's not my style. I am not organized enough to keep up with that stuff. Even if I did have it, I wouldn't. It would be like all over the place. I'd have to be like, all right, I think that's in this hard drive, and then that's over in this. Oh wait, where did I put that? Where did I store that? Did I put that in pictures? Did I put that in documents? Did I you know, it's kind of, it's just, you know, the more people who actually know me, know how ridiculous that stuff is. However, I do feel like the debate bros are overall harmful to the discourse on marginalized people, and you know that some kind of resistance is appropriate, right? And that's what Clan Ops was about, and that's what Clan Ops is going to be about. Because I don't know if you noticed, but the Discord is now called NCC, okay? And that stands for Naughty Clan Ops Chick, all right? I guess I'm naughty for opposing the debate bros. I gotta say, chat, I'm actually bad. NCC, legitimately bad. She's against the debate bros. She just told you that your fave keeps receipts. She just told you that your fave's got folders on everyone, right? She just told you that the very people that were saying this shit about her were doing the same thing to her and each other, right? So she's definitely bad. And you know why she's bad? Because she's against your parasocial daddy. She's bad, right? That's how you determine morality, right? You got parasocial daddy, that's good. And anything that's against parasocial daddy, that's bad. That's bad. We can't have that, chat. Activate stands. Okay.
Contributing to hate crimes. And that didn't feel like anything I would consider valid. So it's, you know, early in the morning, I just woke up and I responded with frustration.
You should be concerned, Goatsmith.
Because I was being ascribed an intentionality which was not there, which, well, if anyone who spent any time on Twitter can tell you, getting defensive and doubling down is about the last thing anyone should do.
When my social work diversity prof turned out to be a transphobe and the admin asked me for receipts, I learned the hard lesson about how to cover your ass. Sadly, I'm never letting someone do that to me again. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, although I didn't have folders, although I didn't have, you know, like cancel receipts or whatever the hell they said that I had, right? I don't blame somebody who does. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think context matters a lot. And I think it's incredibly hypocritical for somebody like Stardust to say that it's creepy to keep, like, you know, to keep folders on people when I know for sure that she's somebody who does have folders on people, right? Stardust is an immense hypocrite. And if you want to check out the No Comment Clips channel, the drama channel, like, you know, we've got her on record saying No Comment Chick is platforming genocide denialist Mel, Chaos is Mel, right? And then she turns around and she brings Haz on, all right? Now, Mel was cagey with her answers about the Uyghur genocide, right? Mel, you could say Mel was sus, but Haz, fucking mask off, unambiguous. He said it. He straight up said it to Destiny, and then he tried to use as an excuse that the Uyghurs are a bunch of terrorists, so they deserve to be. Oh my! He literally used Guantanamo Bay logic to justify his takes on that. So, you know, yeah, absolute hypocrite. You know, I mean, like, I don't even have to go back to Haz. She brought on Nick fucking Fuentes, right? She talked to Nick Fuentes. So, yeah, that's I don't know what to say there, but like, there's an immense amount of hypocrisy in Twitch politics, and it's not Twitch politics, it's Twitch drama.
So that was an oopsie. And I tried to give, you know, some credence to the valid criticism by saying, like, you know, if you squint, I can kind of see what you're saying, and
like, somebody that brings on Mr. Girl, and if you know who that is, you know why that's fucking creepy. You know why that's fucking freaky. Yeah, Stardust just had an interview with Mr. Girl, as she called me a creep. Bitch. Miss me with that shit. Miss me with that bad faith critique.
God damn it. It was early.
Well, that's good. That's good that you know who I'm talking about.
Like, it was like, you shouldn't tweet in the morning. I mean, no, you shouldn't tweet at all. You shouldn't tweet. Nobody should tweet. So that very poorly...
And listen, I would have never said anything at all about Stardust if she hadn't brought Doobie on to talk shit about me, called me, a useful idiot for a genocide denier. I'm like, that's the best faith. I don't know, like, it sounded like she was calling me a tanky. It sounded like she was calling me a genocide denier by association, right? She makes this harsh criticism when Doobie's there to kiss Doobie's ass, right? And then she turns around and she actually responded when I brought that up on Twitter. She had somebody, because I blocked her, but she had one of her friends post her response, which was, yes, no comment chick, you were absolutely right, and you know what? I don't care. She knows she's a hypocrite, and she doesn't give a fuck, because she thinks that her audience is too stupid to care, to realize, right?
Worded frustration was met with even more outrage that I was not taking in to be...
I wouldn't take those people for granted, because if those are Twitch politics viewers, they are very dynamic, right? They're not really yours. They might feel like yours, but that's a facet of the raids and the hosts that you're getting, right? That can all change.
Valid critique of POC when I am too busy being bowled down by mountains of hyperbole and this word racist over and over and over, which is bound to make anyone a little bit defensive. So when all of these things are coming at you...
No, not Mel. Sorry, Mel did not talk to Nick Fuentes. I'm talking about... God. See, I'm mentioning too many people. This was another creator that criticized me for talking to Chaos's Mel. And really, I just wanted to... she had talked to Vosh and kind of had a tough time of it. And I just wanted to bring her on to talk about, personally, what was that like, right? I wasn't agreeing with her. I wasn't disagreeing with her. I just wanted to have a conversation. And for that, DGG tried to cancel me. For that, DGG tried to call me a tanky and all kinds of other bad stuff, right? And, Stardust was right along with them.
It's impossible to genuinely consider actually valid critique in a timely fashion because your defenses are at 100. And when I'm being accused by hundreds of people of contributing...
Oh my god, I feel like I'm not really listening to...
hate crimes by saying that the Disney thing reminded me of the Nickelodeon thing, it's honestly kind of stunning to me that any reasonable person would expect someone in my position to take in all of these hundreds of tweets, process them reasonably, and within minutes be like, yes, I see your point, reasonable ones, because I am able to parse you out from the people.
Look, I'm glad that everybody wants to talk about my drama. It means you care about me one way or the other. Usually in a good way for most of you, it sounds like, but I am going to try to concentrate on Lindsay Ellis's thing. I'm not trying to make this all about me. So we will be talking about that stuff, right? I just if you've noticed, we're in the middle of doing NCC year in review, right? And that is the background that you need if you're going to understand Clan Ops and the rest. If you're going to understand, what the fuck happened to me, right? Because it is an interesting story, but it's not a simple story. And to even understand what's going on, it requires a lot of background. I'm trying to fill you in on that. For those who have just joined my channel, we've experienced a lot of growth over this year. And as such, there's a lot of stuff that happened that basically sets all of this stuff up. So right now we're getting to the part where the whole Dylan drama happened. We're going to continue with that tomorrow, talking about the Dylan drama and everything. And then that sets up the aftermath, which, basically was this summer. And then that sets up the attack on me this fall, right? Which is the dossier stuff and all the rest of that, right? So to understand, who did this to me and why, who's behind all this shit, you need to see, whose radar I was on, right? And we already talked about that with the Prime Kai debate, that I got on the radar of Twitch politics by going hard against Doobie and Counterpoints. I got on their enemies list or whatever, and that's why Doobie went on Stardust stream to talk shit about me, and then Stardust is just some little creator at this point, ooh, a big person Doobie, here, let me kiss his ass, right? So that and that's just a lot of these people, you're gonna find out they're all clout and they're no substance. There's really nothing there when you peel the layers of the cloud onion. That's all they are. That's all they are, is networking and clout. You know, that's their whole game. And it's sad that somebody can succeed in Twitch politics without any real content, without any real perspective, without any real analysis. But that's the truth of the matter, is it's a kingmaker system, and the people who are already king get to decide who joins them in the royal court. So that is Twitch politics. But like I said, there's a lot of moving parts here. There's a lot of wheels that get set in motion before the Dylan thing that inform what the actual harassment of me, the attempt to take down my Twitch channel. You know, all the disingenuous attacks, all the lies that have been spread about me, that all came from not Dylan. Surprisingly. Yeah, did you think I was going to say Dylan? Look, I don't have any proof to tie it to Dylan, right? I can tie it to other people, but I think most of this shit wasn't Dylan's doing. I think most of this shit was opportunist that, you know, jumped in along with Dylan, right? And I think that they thought that I was going to blame it all on Dylan. I'm a little smarter than they think. I'm one step ahead of them. And they're right to fear me, because that's where this comes from. I had a debate with some of these people, and something that I said, something that I did, the way that I parsed their language made them afraid. They weren't used to being exposed like that, and they wanted to silence my voice before it could even get off the ground. Which is, you know, that was one of the weirdest things to deal with. Wait, why am I getting attacked, right? I'm not anything. I'm not huge. I'm not, you know, I don't have a huge platform. Why would they attack me? And I think we kind of figured that out when we went back and looked at the debates that I had done.
Saying I'm responsible for hate crimes. Now, before we go forward, it must be acknowledged that being any person of color in the United States right now is just to be constantly worn down in a million tiny ways every day, all the time, by a society that is low.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a reason that I'm not on those panels, both in the sense of not invited to those panels and kind of don't want to be a part of that whole scene, right? So it's mutual that you know, what Lindsay said here is making assumptions about what a reasonable person can do. Everyone is different. Yeah, good point. The reasonable person discourse is usually problematic for that very reason. You might as well start bragging about your IQ score. Wait, as what? You do something bad? I mean, I'm sure. Yeah, right? I'm sure. Like, wait, didn't I think I've talked about some bad things that I've done, right? I talk way too much about what I've done that's bad. Yeah. The reasonable man doctrine. Another great point.
Key shitty.
What Lindsay? Okay, what making assumptions about? Okay.
High key shitty. It's shitty. These critiques don't come from nothing, and there are issues both in the film.
But yeah, don't worry, chat. What I'm saying is that we will talk about all that stuff, right? And I've got a lot to tell you. I've got a lot to. I've got a lot to tell you about that, right? Because I think it informs a perspective that I think you need to have about online content creation in general and Twitch politics in specific.
Industry and the culture at large that is making people hyper-vigilant. I'm not going to follow that with a how.
Oh, I was bragging about my debate skills.
I just...
Yeah, you're not wrong. I guess that was a low-key flex.
want to lay that groundwork.
You're not wrong, Chris Perez. You're not wrong.
Acknowledge that. Part 3. White nonsense. I know that's not the most PC way of saying that, but I have many, many white
Oh
friends,
my god.
So I'm allowed to say that.
Oh
so
my
in the
god.
case of this tweet...
So does that, like, rub anybody the wrong way? Like, I mean, obviously I don't think that she's being racist in saying that or anything like that, but it sounds too much like a right-wing grievance. Like... It's like kind of feeding into that in a little way. Like I said, I don't think that Lindsay did anything all that bad with the Rhea tweet. I think that there was like a misunderstanding there, and you know what I'm more worried about is the impact on her and the impact on her critics, and maybe more so with the critics, because a lot of them don't have, you know, the kind of platform and the kind of you know, they don't have the ability to withstand that. So yeah, yes and no. She's right about the fact that she does some white nonsense. Yeah,
I went to bed morning
Yeah, it kind of rubs you the wrong way.
on the East Coast, and there was some discourse by people who had some valid upset, and the nations all lived together in harmony until the whites attacked. Because a common refrain of these valid criticisms were that I was ignoring POC voices and talking over POC voices. But the vast majority of the avalanche of angry I was getting was from white people. Not all, but definitely, at least in terms of the extremely hyperbolic ones, the majority. White people, come here. Come here. We need to have a chat. I think maybe we need to admit that those of us on the progressive side of the fence, as it were, are feeling kind of under pressure these days. We are horrified by the racial injustice of the world, especially in the US. We feel the need to perform action, but aren't really presented with very many opportunities to do so. My friend and PBS co-host Princess Weeks remarked during another
The biggest problem was that white people dogpiled to show that they were quote-unquote one of the good ones.
stupider Twitter thing that happened a few weeks
That for some people it was a virtue signal.
prior about fan fiction ethics. Actually, it's about ethics in fan fiction.
Seen so many POC though with a very thought out criticisms, and I don't know, this feels like it's centering all the white people. Yeah, I can see that. Lindsay is canceled because of ideas like you can't be racist to white people. Oh my god, I swear to God. This is so much confusion caused by different definitions of racism, right? Whether you think, when you say racism, some people mean systemic racism, right? And some people mean racism writ large, right? And some people don't understand that there can be a systemic nature and that it fundamentally changes the way, because we can talk about like bias, right? And bias could be, you could be biased against a group that's privileged, right? I could be listen, let's say that I listened to a lot of Alex Jones or some kind of right-wing conspiracy stuff, and I thought that every rich person out there was into Pizzagate and they're doing bad things to children, right? Like, if I thought that, that would be a bias, because I'm pretty sure every rich person isn't abusing children, okay? So that would be a bias that I had. But because the rich are in power, because they control the institutions, because they have so much more clout, so much more voice, so much more reach, etc., I can't enact something systemic against them the way that they can against me if they were to care, right? Does that make sense? So I think that's where it comes down to there, is that like when some people say racism, they mean bias. And they say white people, you can't be biased against white people? You absolutely can. Yeah, you're right. You can be biased against white people. I agree. That's not a spicy take. You can be biased against white people, but there's a difference in being biased in the direction of the power relationship, right? Where the power relationship augments your bias and gives that like a power, causes the effect of it to be magnified, and being biased in the other direction where maybe even your bias comes from the systemic racism, sexism, transphobia, homophobia that you've experienced in your life. And although you might be overinterpreting that, in other words, if you think because like, if I were to think that because some cis people treated me like shit, that every single, one of you cis people in my audience are also, a transphobic piece of shit, that would be a bias. But that doesn't have the power of somebody having somebody's bias against me for being trans. Is that clear? Is that clear to everybody, the difference in that? Because that's a real key, crucial thing that I feel like just gets missed. And I think it's because of definitions. I think it's because of how we codify language, in what words, and the fact that language is dynamic, language is changing. So just because one word means one thing one day doesn't mean that it's going to continue to mean the same thing. In fact, by the very nature of language, definitions are constantly shifting.
It deeply amuses me when people treat shipping, pro and anti, with so much political importance when they literally...
Systemic racism, yeah, you're right. Systemic racism does not require explicit bias on anyone's part, right? To continue. It has the momentum. It has the snowball effect, right? It doesn't need actors to enact it. It can, it can use that, like, right, that, if people are acting on explicit bias, then yeah, like it does tend to magnify that, but it doesn't need that. Right?
Apply that to nothing else, and to remove all nuance and context, to share fake quotes and facts, to perpetuate harm in order to own people over the right for two white people to kiss. When you marginalize really queer BIPOC and marginalized people, for what? In other words, often white progressives cite black voices when in service of your, well, in this case, ship.
Maybe no one can enact it, but anyone can contribute to it.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, and something else, when we're talking about bias, I'm trans. Can I be transphobic? Can I be transphobic in a way that lends itself to the systemic oppression of trans people? What do you think, chat? Can I do that? Is that possible? I'm trans though, right? So I can't be transphobic, right? Because I'm trans. So how could it... Could I be transphobic? Do you think? Yes. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. And it's really easy to do. And trans people do it all the time, right? Because some of us, like, it's really hard not to buy into transphobia, even if you are, almost especially if you're a trans person. It's really hard to avoid assimilating some of that self-hate into, things that you just take for granted. So yeah, there's that too. So yeah, like, I think that the people that are reacting to this, like, like, really, white people can't, or like, you can't be racist against white people. I think what they're thinking is that, like, that, society now has a bias against groups that are in power, against white people, against straight people, against cis people, and that's not, you're missing the boat there, right? And that's not what I'm saying. And, like, listen, if you're saying that you've heard that take, if you've gotten that take from other people, okay, that's out there, sure. You might have gotten that take from other people. I've heard the take myself, right? And what it is it represents a reduction, a reductivism applied to intersectional concepts, right? A lot of people want to claim intersectionality, but they don't ever bother to understand what it really means. And because of that, a lot of them just come at you. They're just like, listen. Okay, I'm a good person. Just give me 3 easy rules to follow where I can never be called racist again, because I think that's the worst thing that could happen to you. I don't want anybody thinking I'm racist. Just give me 3 or easy words. And they don't bother to learn intersectionality. They just learn what not to do, how not to get in trouble, how not to get canceled. And they think that they are proponents of intersectionality while they are destroying the concept and the understanding of intersectionality, and giving, people like some people in this chat the idea that, like, what we're really about is some kind of a reaction to the bias and the discrimination of the past that actually has gone in the other direction. And I understand why some people feel that way. But I want to try to fill out that opinion. I want to try to flesh out, what's going on, because I think you might be missing a piece or two. Black people can be racist against black people. Yeah.
Hannibal or... Oh my god, this is so stupid. You're interested in black...
Candace Owens is a great example of that, true.
Black voices when it's in the service of poning another white person or white creator.
But I just want to make it really clear that, like, I'm not against, cis people. I'm not against straight people. I'm not against like, I don't think that cis, straight, white, rich men are the Dio Brandos of discrimination, right? That's not really where I'm coming from. And I think that the reductionist take on it is pretty akin to that, right? So if that's what you're perceiving, I understand why you're perceiving that. I just want you to perceive a little bit more, little bit more.
You disagree
a little bit more nuance.
But show little interest for issues or advocacy that actually concern black voices in their community, independent of said ponage, only to immediately be told you're not a real queer little girl, you privileged little twat, by a white lady about 15 minutes.
Oh my god, I think we gotta go to big screen to
later. To be clear, this discussion
intersectionality is complex and nuanced and the only way forward, but it isn't asking for other people to speak for you.
was about fan fiction. This was about pretend people kissing. Pretendly. So I saw a lot of mealy-mouthed smug nothing about do better and listen to POC. Always listen to POC. Why aren't you listening to POC? Elevate POC voices. Always. Okay. Hoomst. Hoomst is the valid person of color, oh allies of the jury, because I did listen to a lot of POC, both in public and in private, and I gotta tell ya, there's a diversity of opinions, almost like people of color aren't a monolith. Marginalized communities are not without diversity or conflict, so treating it as such is totally reductive.
I mean, I guess my answer would be then take a diversity of opinion and listen to the, do you know what I mean? Like, the depth and the breadth of that diversity, you know, like, I get that you can't yeah, because this is the problem. Like, you know, if you're saying, like, listen to, pay attention to, respond to a tweet by every single, you know, a person of that group, that's impossible. That's a mass communication issue, right? You can't actually do that. And if you say that you're doing that, you're lying. So, oh my God, you don't have the, let me switch this. But the tendency is to listen to the voices that confirm what you think already. The tendencies are to listen to the voices that aren't critical. So in that case, then the impetus would be on you to try to include some of the voices that are critical and take that into consideration, see if there's anything that you need to answer for, and if not, try to clarify the misunderstanding. Because even though you can't respond to every single person that criticizes you, if the criticisms are kind of grouped into concerns, you can answer one person with X concern, and maybe, you know, other people with that concern will read that too, right? Since there were POC who were bothered and were critical, maybe at least consider it. Yeah,
And
exactly.
ignoring other POC voices.
And please understand, I am not somebody who hates Lindsay Ellis. Like, she's like the big sister I never had. She's like the awesome aunt that I never had, right? Like, parasocially, like, I am given to really like her, right? Her personality rubs me in the right way, okay? And I think she's done a lot of good content. I've learned a lot from her video essays, and I largely think that, I don't think that she did anything maliciously in the Raya situation. I am trying to listen, though, to those voices that were hurt by that, you know, whether they were hurt by the timing or, you know, they you know, by the confusion of putting that thought that she was trying to express into only 280 characters, right? And so I think there's something to be said here for you know, what we're just talking about, you know, trying to respond to those voices, right? Or at least to some of those voices. You know, mass communication being what it is. She's always a big V. She'll always be a V big, very big inspiration to me. But I have my frustrations with this handling. Personally, and also I really do. I agree with what she says in terms of the allostatic load. I agree with what she says in terms of the kind of villain of the week that we do on Twitter, real villain of the day that we do on Twitter. You know, I think that there's a lot of shit that she's bringing that needs to be paid attention to, that is based. But, like, if I'm not careful, I'm gonna, and I just talk about, like, my positive feelings and my empathy towards her, I'm gonna miss some other people that I need to be empathetic to too. You know, those being good faith critics with no platform that are getting dogpiled.
By centering the loudest or angriest.
Does that make sense? Do you see where I'm coming from here? I like Lindsay. I think she's, you know, had a lot of shit thrown at her unfairly. But I think that there's something that's being missed in this discourse, and that is that shit gets unfairly thrown at her critics as well. And so I'm trying to hold space for that. Does that make sense?
As the most authoritative, a problem only compounded by the way Twitter is designed, which I have already argued.
So in other words, I'm a terrible content creator because I can't just fucking pick a side and say, okay, I'm going to be like a hard stand for Lindsay, or I'm going to be, fuck you, Lindsay, and everybody who disagrees with me, you can fuck off, and I'm just going to collect all the people that are like, yes, no comment chick, hate that bitch, or yes, no comment chick, stand that bitch, right? I'm doing the dumb thing of being honest with you. I'm doing the dumb thing of being real with you. I'm doing the dumb thing of trying to see multiple perspectives. And so I guess I suck, is what I'm saying.
Is bad. As I was going back and forth over like the timeline and everything that had happened, I found this private message from fellow YouTuber who
so frustrating to seeing drama in some smaller spaces that is so similar, where the problem in our organizations when the problems in our organization are being monetized for social media engagement, because I'm tired of the lack of nuance that feels like, I feel similar. It's why I am appreciating the stream, because I'm tired of the lack of nuance and feels like there's a lot of just standing, which is frustrating to me.
I have to disclose is half Vietnamese because this is irrelevant. And he said, I'm trying not to say anything I'm going to regret here, but I have very little
respect. Oh my god, chat, I was gonna bring people into chat to talk about this, because I feel like I want to hear from different perspectives here, but I'm looking at the time and like, are we even gonna get through with the Lindsay video? I'm so sorry. Like, listen, I should have done better about not letting like my, like, I know everybody wants to know about what's going on with me, right? Like, I get that, and I'm gonna, we're gonna talk about that, right? But I'm not trying to center, like, I'm not trying to use like Lindsay Ellis as a segue to talk about my shit, right? Because I think that her shit is important, and for various reasons. Bleep the name right there, but then it's bleeped his name, but then it's right there. Oh shit, okay. Oh, and that's just like a commenter, right? Like, that's just like a person, like a person without a platform. See, NCC, this is why you don't make a lot of money off of YouTube. You should be embarking on pro or against Lindsay. I know that's the lucrative thing to do, right? Standing in general is so frustrating. This is the part why I think YouTube needs at least a crisis line for these big creators. Like, how do I deal with being the main character? I quit Facebook for now, so I'm out of the loop on issues and org I really care about, because we don't have other spaces to discuss things. Wasn't Todd trying not to make his identity public? I'm not trying to say anything. I'm going to regret here, but I have very little respect for people dogpiling me and mine in defense of a typically derivative corporate product from the biggest media company in the West, because 2 of its 7 writers and 0 directors were Asian.
For the people dogpiling me and mine in the defense of a typically derivative corporate product from the biggest media company in the West, because 2 of its 7 writers and 0 of its directors were Asian. This in private, of course, because,
Oh, by the way, chat, I gotta change that, I gotta change my Twitch link. I'm gonna do that in the background, but you see the Twitch link right now? It says Oracle of Maya. That's a lie. That's a lie. Don't get lied to by my my stream alerts, okay? Our stream timers, right? That the real okay, so we've changed it back to nocommentchick CC. What does the CC stand for? Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you didn't ask. But I'm glad the person in my head asks, because the CC is the website. So we're talking about nocommentchick.cc, which is going to be my website. We are working on it right now. It's going to be a cool place where you can go and get unlimited emotes and donate in a way that's not going to benefit these big corporations. That's just going to be, it's going to be a two-way relationship instead of like a third person cutting out a big portion of what you donate, like what happens now on YouTube and on Twitch. So look forward for that to that. But let me change this in the background actually.
You didn't want to get harassed.
It's not a DGG clone, right? Well, I mean, if we cloned the website, would that be bad? No. It's no. It is kind of a reference to that though, but it's CC for a reason, right? It's CC, A because it's cheaper than GG, and B because in CC, and C because and C because we are not trying to be a clone of what they are. We're trying to be a gathering place. For leftists, not another debate bro network, right? The arguments devolve into old people who were progressive in their youth fighting with young people who want to win debate on Twitter. But yeah, it's gonna be like, just to answer your question, it's not even a DGG clone in terms of the code, right? We've got a webmaster who's starting from zero, so yeah.
Fast.
Privileged twat.
So I find the listen to POC
Yeah, I think that their code is actually public domain, but again, we're not using that code. The code's going to be different, and the intent, more importantly, is very different.
Because it's only trotted out in the service of white people pwning other white.
But yeah, it is like in .cc in order to kind of like tweak their noses, right? So that part's like
white people. Very revealing, because what they mean is listen to the POC we can use to pwn someone else. But the POC we don't agree with?
Privileged twat.
But note this hilarious exchange between two white people arguing over my riot tweet. When pressed on what exactly it is I need to admit wrongdoing for, this woman says, "Again, you're just another white woman talking over actual POC concerns." I love this exchange because this person, one of the shit billion white people mindlessly regurgitating this listen to POC shorthand, the very same person who called Princess a privileged twat. You're not a real queer little girl.
Chef's kiss. Okay.
Princess's law in action. There's this incredibly childish dichotomy with the way a lot of people discuss racism, that there are the racists and the non-racists. The two genders, and the way to solve racism is to root out the racists and cast them onto Racist Island, away from me and mine, the non-racists, one of the good ones. They do this because they are insecure about their own internalized racism. They cannot conceive that they have any. That thought is terrifying to them because a racist is the worst thing you can be. So instead of doing any introspection, they remain hyper-vigilant to root out the secret bad people, so everyone else will know they're one of the good ones. Racism is a complex system upheld from all wings of our society, from laws to hiring practices to generational wealth to community redlining to internal biases to individual actions. We live in a white supremacist society. When you live in a pig pen, you're gonna get covered in shit. And all of us have the stink on us. And I don't just mean the whites. All of you. Blocked, blocked, blocked. None of you are free from sin. But especially the whites. And yet people still have this I'll be the racist dragon attitude about how racism works.
Why are you crying so? I'm crying because all of those horrible villagers chased me into the scary cave. I think it's because I'm so racist. Get your hand off my tail, you'll make it dirty.
Racism isn't a system perpetuated by many, many things, including actions, but a character trait, a disease that people try to hide from the world because they know if they're found out, they'll get banished to Racist Island.
And suddenly, he wasn't racist anymore.
While there are still, of course, racist hate crimes and the like, most general displays of racism don't come out of grand, cross-burning style gestures, but out of ignorance, carelessness, or negligence. And for white people, a lot of it is just the reality of benefiting from a system designed to privilege you. So I'm not going to waste my breath on the "I'm not a racist" line of defense. I'm a white woman from Tennessee. My family is mostly uneducated white trash. I'm not going to be like, Yeah, I didn't internalize any of that. I'm special. I shot out of the womb unscathed. We all have the stink on us. Yes. Even you. The reason I bring this up is because another thing that happened after that tweet was the sharing of the receipts. Thousands of people passing around screen caps of tweets and videos and blog entries and anecdotes from my personal life, proving that this was not just a one-off. Oh no, I have a long history. It was high time I was banished to Racist Island. And it's true, I do have a long history of being on the internet. Longer than pretty much all of you, statistically, probably. And there is a list of sins floating around Twitter, carefully and obsessively curated over a period of 13 years. Amazing. Is it because there's a pandemic? Like, where do you guys get all this free time? So I've been accused of a lot of terrible things and remanded for never owning up to my mistakes. Well, today is your day, receipt keepers. You guys have worked so hard on this, so I am going to give you what you asked for. Finally, all that hard work, meticulously combing through every word I've ever said, is gonna pay off. Well, that's what you wanted, wasn't it? Part 4. My list of sins. You weren't prepared for this to turn into a drama channel, were you? Yeah, maybe you were. I mean, this is just what happens when they break your spirit utterly. So, a big part of my, self-preservation strategy over the years is to explain myself as little as possible, because, if you do that, it's already a losing game, and rarely, if ever, talk about my personal life. Clearly, a big mistake on my part. Well, today, we are turning the page. We are spilling the tea. The whiskey. I mean, I knew I was saving this for a special occasion. I mean, technically, whatever. Got my Decep. I haven't used this one in a while.
Sorry, chat. I just had to. Okay, so now that we fixed the Twitch link, so the Twitch link should work for you now.
So.
Oh, and I added a Discord link. If you haven't already joined the Discord, join the Discord, because actually I think I can put that in the chat right now, and not have to wait 8 minutes for it to come around. But like a lot of that's just the center for all the NNCC ClanOps activities, and if you want to find out more ClanOps about what ClanOps is and ClanOps, join the Discord for ClanOps, and that's where the ClanOps are, is the Discord. The Discord has got the ClanOps and the sorry, chat. Can I say ClanOps enough times? I don't know. You got to make sure that the YouTube algorithm picks it up. So ClanOps. She's still in her wait, who, me or Lindsay? Earlier, she was saying people were calling me racist like it's the worst thing. Obviously took it seriously. She Jenna marbled herself. That's like the Roblox of
every time
content creation,
Lindsay
I
Ellis
guess.
does a problematic. So a common refrain.
Ooh, that's
during
good whiskey
that
too.
weekend where I was
Wait, isn't
was,
it?
Party A says,
Oh my god.
Lindsay did it.
Yo, this is so ContraPoints right here. Wait, you're drinking, you're bitching, you're yeah.
Racism. And Party B's like, well, what did she do? And Party A would show the tweet, and Party B would be like, I don't get it. This doesn't seem like a big
When she's saying Party B, I feel like I'm hearing Cardi B.
deal. And then Party A would be like, no, she has a long history of problems.
Look at this, seriously, look at this manifesto. Seriously, it's like 50 pages on her.
And Party B is like, I get it
Okay,
now.
let's not make it about me.
And then they skip off together into the sunset. Twitter user Dragon Lady Celeste Sparkle has conveniently collated my long, storied history of all my other sins that explain why the Raya thing was just a mask-off moment, and I deserve this, actually. A very good and normal thing to do with your finite minutes on this earth. Take down that YouTuber. Take her down. Literally, all day, people have been replying to my tweet with more and more examples of truly harmful rhetoric that LE has been pushing
Oh my
for
God.
a while, and all I can say is how the fuck has she not been called out on a mass scale before? Well, Dragon Sparkle Celeste, she has. She just never deleted her Twitter account before.
There we
Actually,
go.
no, that's not true. Last time I deleted my Twitter account, I didn't trend because I guess I wasn't, number 21,000 on
Lindsay centers herself.
subscribe.
Yeah, and Irene centers herself too. It's really annoying. Taco Cat, what's up? At least she has good taste in whiskey. Is it good whiskey? I don't really know. Like, I mean, I'm from Tennessee too, Lindsay, but I never really writer tears. Okay, that sounds like a good whiskey, I guess. I don't really know. I don't really know good alcohol in general, just because like I'm so bad at drinking. Yeah, everybody knows about the last time I got drunk on stream, right? You know about me falling off the trampoline. Saying that Contra and Vosh should just punish me. Just go ahead and get the cancellation over with. Have Vosh spank me, and then we're good, right? Is that how that works? The video is for Lindsay. Oh no, I'm just teasing. I'm trying to not focus it on my shit. I mean, there's definitely some parallels here, but yeah, like I'm not trying to completely agree with her. There's some of the things that, especially in the discourse about like listening to Asian voices, that I very much disagree with her. If you didn't pee in my basement when I'm drunk, you didn't do too badly. That's true. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I just like I just got a little like horny on Maine with some famous bread tubers. Is all.
Subscribed
Nothing wrong with that.
YouTube channel by that.
Nothing wrong with that.
But
Here,
the
I'm
last
gonna
time I deleted my account, it was because of the white genocide
put
crowd
this in here.
So I guess that's something
There we
we
go.
have in common. I don't get why I'm like so hated by both sides of the political fence.
So that is the Discord link. If you haven't joined already, go ahead and join. That's where I keep up. You're gonna get stream alerts there and announcements. And we have a very vibrant community of people who don't always agree on everything, but I think the discourse is worth having, and you'll get a lot of really cool perspectives. You'll see people that you see in this chat in there, and people maybe that you don't see in this chat. So join us over there.
I don't think I'm like interesting enough.
And just to let you know, okay, so like after we get done with this video, I'm gonna start streaming on Twitch. And that's kind of why I gave you the Discord link, because I think that some of you probably want to talk about this, and I'm going to give you a chance to talk about it on stream, right? And you don't really even have to be watching on Twitch. Just come to the Discord. We'll bring you into the channel, and I want to just make sure that I'm getting a chance to hear all the perspectives. If anybody's got anything that's like burning, that I give them a chance to talk about it. And obviously if any of you are content creators, I'll give you a chance to promote whatever you got going on too. So that's gonna be fun. I'm gonna be maybe be playing some video games over there, so that is mostly a lot of what I do on Twitch, although sometimes like there's content that I don't get a chance to address on YouTube, and we cover it over there. But in general, like I said, I'm not too up on Twitch, but I use the Twitch stream as kind of a spillover for the YouTube stuff, just because I don't want to make my it said 4 hours now, right? We're gonna try to keep it to like relatively short. Yeah, I know some of you don't like the long ass VODs. You see that 6 hours and you're just like, how? No, just like click away, right? I want to give you stuff that you can digest. Also, if anybody's interested in starting a clips channel, or in if you know how to do that, how to use OBS to make a clip, or whatever you want to do, download a video and make a clip, let me know, because I really could use that. I really could use an eye that can go in and say, this is the good part right here, no comment chick, because like I said, ADHD, I don't really have folders. I'm not really that organized. I'm not the naughty clan ops chick. You enjoy the long VODs, nice. I'm not the naughty clan ops chick that everybody says that I am. So,
to like gather this much attention or emotion. I drive a Honda Civic, like Jesus. So thank you for compiling it in one convenient thread. Makes my
Lindsay, you have 1 million subscribers. Clearly you're interesting. Please.
job easier. Now the problem with this not at all creepy and obsessive list of every single
to some extent I get being defensive. Can't say I wouldn't be.
one of my perceived transgressions over a period of 13 years is that it does not include the times when I have addressed them. But, I'm sure they just, forgot to...
I mean, that's really what I want to bring us to, as a place of understanding, right? Because I would like, I don't know how I can get this. I would like the Voshes and the Xanderhall to understand that if you really hate cancel culture, then don't fucking do it to smaller people with no platform. because like whatever they can do to you, you can hit them 1,000 times harder, and I don't think you want to be like that. If you really understood what the impact of your platform on people that you put that red dot on their head, right? If you knew how many bullets are headed for them when you do that, I don't think you'd be doing this. Like, right? We gotta re-socialize the internet, which has become gamified to an extent where we don't realize that the people on the other end of our interactions are actually real people. And that's just what I'm trying to get across on both sides, right? I do think that there's some harm, some mental health harm, and it has like physical manifestations that come to people like Lindsay Ellis. But I also think that, that harm could be a lot more intense on somebody who's just trying to make a good faith criticism and gets caught up in a bunch of angry stands that are mad about the bad faith criticism, right?
Screen cap those tweets / blog posts / stream.
You're right, Xerxes, you're right.
/ videos, etc. Because this list is in such good faith. Nor does it incorporate any of
it permeates the culture.
My entire body of work, which, I don't know, doesn't count apparently because, the list of sins is the real me. And the other stuff I do is...
See, this is the thing. Anybody that thinks that I'm not giving Lindsay a fair shake because I'm trying to acknowledge other voices in this, please realize I relate strongly to what she's saying here. I relate strongly to what she's saying. She's speaking a lot of truth, right? Hers is an important perspective. I am not denying her perspective. I'm not just saying that because she's, got more money than me or got more, clout than me or anything like that, that she's just, right? This is a nuanced thing. What she's saying here is important. She's a bit flippant because a lot of this is either petite stuff or missteps she's already apologized for. Some of it is like digging 12 years in. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, the box that she presents the dragon with, of like, yeah, I don't really understand what Lindsay did that's all that bad. And I was like, well, let me show the box of receipts they got. And she doesn't even look in the box. That's true. That's right. That's correct. That's based, Lindsay. That is fucking based. Yes, that does happen. People will seriously... I've had people abandon me on being shown like a Google Drive, not looking at it, not seeing what's in it, not even interacting it with it at all. Just the fact that there is a Google Drive means that there must be something going wrong with NCC. And really what it is what they're acknowledging when they abandon me or abandon Lindsay because of that. What they're saying is that, okay, there's clearly a lot of power that is pushing me to abandon this person. And when you came at me with the statement that this person's bad and I didn't understand what they'd done wrong, like I didn't perceive your power. But the fact that you got a Google Drive behind you, the fact that you got people so hateful of this creator that they are willing to spend, I don't know, like several 40+ hour work weeks putting this thing together. I can't say no. You're too powerful. I give up. I'm going to abandon my friend. I'm going to abandon my content creator. I'm going to abandon the person that I liked because y'all are going to kick my ass otherwise. And that's real. And like I said, I've done that. I have absolutely done that. I'm trying not to repeat that mistake in the future. And if any of you out there can learn from that mistake, I can't express how much it broke me up to know that I abandoned my friend who was trying to help me, who was trying to save me from somebody in my community that was fucking obsessed with me. I didn't listen to her. I shut her out. I blocked her because my friends told me to. Okay? And it hurts. And there's nothing I can do to really make that right. I mean, she knows how I feel, but that doesn't do anything for the pain that she suffered. Okay? So please don't do this yourself. Please be really, really conscious of this stuff. Because you're going to hurt somebody else. And, maybe like me, you're going to hurt yourself in doing this, right?
I don't know, for profit or something. So there's like a jillion of these grievances, and this video is already like 12 eternities long. So believe it or not, what I am about to address is non-comprehensive.
I'm trying not to
because there are a lot of
cry
people
every
who
single stream.
Really, really dedicated to mask off. And credit to where it's due. This was spearheaded by the leftist Twitter. But again, a lot of these receipts originated with the right wing. I don't even want to call them
Relatable.
alt-right, because they're not that principled.
Relatable.
Like more like, Gamergate refugees, the 4chan
those are alt-right, generally.
the lulz crowd, diet Nazis.
They might not be mask off, but yeah. No, this is absolutely true, and the same thing goes with the campaign of hate against me. It started with the right. The people pushing it forward, the people putting energy into it, the people keeping it going are the right wing. There are left critics of me. That is true. But they would have no traction without the right wing, right? They're astroturfed and they don't know it. So yeah, this happens.
Let's call them. So some of this is...
I mean, some of them don't know it. I'm sure some of them do know it, but like I gotta have the perspective that a lot of them don't know it. And until I know for a fact they do know it, I'm gonna treat them like that. And that's why I said it's important to, even when somebody really hurts you, if there's somebody with no voice, if there's somebody with no platform, you don't want to put a red dot on their head. You don't want to put a laser scope or whatever on their head, because there are absolutely people out there that'll, fire that shot, right? Even if you don't want to.
As many of you have noted, extremely bad faith interpretations of statements.
I'm sorry, I'm like being... That's a very violent metaphor that I'm using. I should probably pick something else.
Which only make...
Place that Judas kiss upon, I don't know. Also, do those right-wingers know what hurts people as trolls? So when they see a lefty did something, they know if it's gonna hurt people and lead to this. A lot of projected perfectionism, huh? Diet Nazis for sure, yeah. Like a certain rap she's going to mention, since Nazis would use that to harm, they knew that dragging that up would hurt people and make them want to cancel her. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. Yeah, the right's savvy. Well, at least look, I can only speak to the people that I've been attacked by on the right? And they are savvy. They know that if in fact, that's a lot of times why they don't carry the criticism to the left, right? What they do is they have people that they networked with that might not realize what they're about, and they tell those people, and those people are on the left, so that it looks like a organic left phenomenon of like, oh yeah, nocommentchick is problematic. They keep their fingerprints off. They know enough to keep their fingerprints off of it. They know enough to not make criticisms, because when they were attacking me, when they would troll me, when I was getting harassed, it wasn't stuff like, I mean, there was some anti-trans stuff, right? But a lot of it was stuff that just like, that was just character assassination. A lot of it was like, weird allegations against me, right? In hopes that somebody, would believe them or be made nervous enough, think that they're viable enough to just like, quit me. So yeah, they're pretty savvy. They know, they understand that a left-wing audience is going to see things differently than a right-wing audience, and they use that, right? They use left-wingers. They use social networks. They use networking, right? And the problem with Twitch is, again, that there's such a drive to network. There's such a reward incentive for networking, regardless of with who, that a lot of left-wingers will link up with right-wingers. Sometimes it's just for debates of like, oh, hey, you're somebody that I can disagree with, right? And so they'll build that bridge, but then it becomes a friendship, and pretty soon they are carrying out the agenda of their right-wing friends without even realizing it, right? Then out of context, it might hurt people. Like, they see what triggers us, so that they see what's in the lefties' past. They know how to weaponize it regardless of context. And then out of context, it might hurt people. That rap might have hurt people, although her context wasn't like a right-winger doing something like that. The right doesn't care if someone is a liar or an abuser. They only respect power and results, but they are yeah, exact. Xerxes, you got it. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Thank you. Yep.
Makes sense if you are working backwards from a foregone conclusion. That said, I don't want this to be taken as me saying that I have never done anything wrong. Unambiguously, I have. We all make mistakes. So, where I feel like an amendment or an apology is warranted, I will do so. But where I feel like the criticism is being made in bad faith, is unreasonable, or is flat out untrue, I shan't bend the knee, because we here at Lindsay Ellis Industries are not in the business of serving bullshit. So I got my bell.
I mean, there is a red-brown alliance, right? With people like Peter Coffin and Fared, people like that, right? There is definitely a red-brown alliance, right? And that is something that we always got to keep our eye on. But in addition to that, there's like lefties that just, they interpret somebody to be a good faith right-winger, or that maybe they're lying to themselves and they tell themselves they're not really all that right-wing. They've never said anything like horrible to me, right? And that's because they know that you're left wing and they know that you don't want to hear that, right? And they're trying to be friends with you. They're trying to network with you. They're going to present did you watch their stream? Oh no, I didn't really watch their stream because it's a right wing stream. Oh, okay. So you don't really know what they're about, do you? Right? And so often they don't, right? And these seemingly innocent friendships are what these cancel campaigns get carried on. Because the right's even if they're, fully entrenched in the right, they've always got somebody that they can kind of get at, present a case to, and get that appearance of an organic left, cancel campaign against somebody when it's really just forwarding a right-wing hate of that creator. They will absolutely take advantage of, social of interpersonal faults on the left, right? They'll find out who's got beef with who, and they'll try to utilize that, because what I had was some really ridiculous charges being made against me, right, that no one should believe. So how do you get lefties to believe something that just strains credibility? Well, if you find some people that hate her guts already, and then you harass those people, and in the harassment you signal that, you say something to lead them to believe that this is, actually Irene talking to you, right? And the Irene that they're talking to says the N-word. Do you know how tempting it is for that person to just come out and be like, Irene said the N-word to me in DMs? Oh, did she? Have you got the screenshot, of nocommentchick saying the N-word? No, well, it's not that. I mean, she's using an alt, of course. Oh, she was using an alt. Okay, I see how, in other words, you talk to a fucking right-winger that wanted to poison my reputation, and you hate me so much that you can't not believe it, right? That's how this shit works, right? At least that was what I experienced.
Of shame here, and as the Black Eyed Peas would say, let's get it started.
Wait, is she drunk at this point?
2020 Harriet Tubman fanfic. This one is really popular. So the narrative here is that because of this tweet, I ship Harriet Tubman with her enslaver, and I want...
Oh god, yeah, no. Well, I mean, yeah, if you've hurt somebody, oh god, this is complicated though. This is complicated. Because, in these situations, especially when it's a right-wing hate campaign driving it, people will use any sort of apology as an admission of guilt. That's the fucked up thing, is you can't really, apologize in a circumspect way. An apology is taken as a writ large apology, even if it's right, just acknowledging, something that you did that you're not proud of, right? Which you should be able to do. But in a situation where there's this whole, that there's this mob after you, it does become hard to acknowledge that kind of stuff. If I hurt someone, I don't want to do it again. I don't care about apologies. I just want people to change, yeah. Weaponized compassion fatigue. As for this one, though, I don't think it was an accusation of her shipping It was white people, please don't joke about Harriet Tubman's torture. Oh God, yeah, I haven't heard of this incident yet. Someone sitting in front of me on a plane and watching the movie Harriet. I find myself wondering whether there is any Raylo style fanfiction between Harriet and her Twinkie former owner. Suddenly grateful that the connection on this plane is not strong enough for me to check.
There to be fanfic of it. I'm just saying, you have to be giving this a very weird read in order to think that's what I meant, but I'm also going to go out on a limb and assume that most of the people mad about this have not seen the Harriet Tubman movie.
Like, that was one of the most frustrating things about this this whole, drama for me, is that mixed into it was a really kind of messed up interpersonal situation with people that I actually care about. And there are apologies that I'd like to make that I can't make due to a block or due to a lack of trust, right? I mean, it's not on anything huge, right? But the small things matter. And, if I've hurt somebody, I want to apologize for that, especially if it's somebody I care about. And it's really sad not to be able to do that in any case, at any point, right? To have something that you want to say to somebody that you can't. That's not a thought that needs to be publicly stated. She isn't saying that she personally ships this. She acknowledges that would be a bad thing. I wouldn't say that this is an actual sin, although she could have been more clear. Yeah, it's one of those tweets that, like, I mean, I don't know. I don't make those tweets. Like, I kind of think of those tweets, and then I have a process where I'm like, okay, how is this going to feel to somebody reading it? And if, like, how it feels is not great, then I don't make the tweet. But yeah.
Or if they have...
It doesn't sound like she was trying to be malicious.
Are not familiar with her real history. So the central conflict of the film revolves around Harriet's relationship to her enslaver, a twinkie blonde guy named Gideon, played by Taylor Swift's then boyfriend. They are around the same age, they basically grow up together, and early in the film he's framed somewhat sympathetically until he propositions her, demands her submission and fealty, which of course she refuses, and then when she escapes he becomes obsessed with recapturing her, and he is the central antagonist of the entire film. But here's the thing about Gideon. He never existed. He was completely...
Not a good tweet, but as a black person, I don't feel hurt because I think the context acknowledges the harm of those tropes. Like, some things you can say can just stay in your head, yeah.
Made up for...
That's crazy not being able to say what you want. Sort of like being a closeted LGBTQ, right? It's just that, like, there's some things that are really easy to do when you have trust with somebody. And once that trust is broken, becomes impossible. And, or, like in some cases, like, in some cases, like, you don't know, like, when somebody's gonna decide to shut a door on you, right? And you wish you could have made, an apology or said something or talked about something with them before that door was shut. But then, once the door is shut, I'm not gonna fucking go, like, try to evade a ban in order to apologize for somebody. That's a little, that would be intrusive on my part. So then you've got to just hope that one day that door opens again and you get the chance to say what you wanted to say.
The film. Harriet Tubman's IRL enslaver at the time of her escape was a woman, but instead of having the film center more around Harriet's journey after she got away from the Broaddus family, it instead creates this character in the form of Taylor Swift's boyfriend as the antagonist, a man who, and I cannot express this enough, did not exist in real life. So basically, the film creates an OC that is like super obsessed with recapturing her in a movie where Harriet Tubman also has superpowers. It just felt a little fanficky to me. And so one day I was on an airplane and the person next to me was watching it, and I just kind of started wondering why the filmmakers decided to go that route with the film creatively, because again, it just kind of felt weird to me. Like, and you know, the final showdown in the film is between Harriet and Gideon in a forest that to me was somewhat evocative of the last showdown in The Force Awakens. And this was also kind of like at the height of this sort of thing, this tendency to fanficify historical figures that was partially enabled by Hamilton. So I just kind of idly have this thought like, oh man, I wonder if this movie spurned fic of these two characters. Oh god, actually, I'm not going to check because I don't want to know. Usually I don't really check my mentions, so I didn't see any anger when I tweeted that. Only a few days later when screen caps started circling, and then I got...
The Jefferson image is pretty cursed. Yeah, it reminds me of when Chapo would like I feel like that Chapo Trap House, like one of their favorite targets of dunking was that musical.
Got some white women in my DMs demanding that I do better and apologize, specifically not to them.
Anything but Hatsune Miku, Bender, Thomas, Jefferson, Lamau.
But to all of my black fans that I hurt. So like an hour after I tweeted it, I was like, I better take this down because this is the sort of thing that someone could take out of context and bad.
Twitter's the worst place to share opinions, but people keep doing it.
Faith. Well, so the reason I never addressed this
could have been said differently,
because like the read of that tweet in itself of me being thirsty for Harriet Gideon fanfic was just so absurd, I didn't know what to say. Now, to be clear, no, I should not have tweeted that at all. I was thinking in terms of the creative decision to create Gideon being kind of tone deaf, but the pithy way that I tweeted it still ostensibly glosses over the reality of white owners sexually abusing their slaves being the historical norm, and that is in itself disrespectful. So while I definitely did not mean what people seem to think I meant, I definitely should not have said that. I was, as the kids say, showing my ass.
Was she like drunk when she wrote this? Because I have done like and said stupid things like when I was stoned, right? Publicly. Even things that I didn't realize were public that ended up being public because apparently literally everything that I put out is recorded by a bot run by one of my haters. And you're going to get to hear more about her as things go on, about the woman who has been obsessively recording everything that I do online and documenting it. And strangely enough, yes, she is part of the she was part of the process of getting the dossier thing into the hands of, you know, a bunch of narcissistic debate bros that wanted to see their name and be like, oh my god, she's coming after me, oh I feel so persecuted, right? This is like, you know, and because of that there was like a clip of me made where I'm saying I was joking about interviewing Professor Flowers as Professor Flowers, right? Now, if you want to be super bad faith about that, was she saying she wants to interview Professor Flowers in blackface? If somebody thinks that, I guess there's no reaching them. But I think most people would that doesn't seem likely, right? The problem was that I was stoned and I actually said Professor Flowers when I meant Miss Umbrellas, because Miss Umbrellas, I don't know, somehow the two, the honor, the title and the name, like, right, Miss Umbrellas Professor, somehow it got, like, you know, mixed up, and so yeah, like the actual words that I said was as Professor Flowers, but like I was thinking Miss Umbrellas, my sketchy VTuber, the you know, the Yami Kawaii nurse, Miss Umbrellas, right? I thought that would be funny to interview Lua as her, but yeah, that is not what's getting spread around. And you know, when you've got haters, when you got an anti-fandom like this, you end up with every single thing you do being obsessively cataloged, and then they try to hit you for obsessively cataloging every single thing the debate bros do. A lot of this shit just amounts to Darvo. A lot of this shit is just like, I'm gonna do something to you, no comment chick, and then I'm gonna criticize you for doing the thing that I'm doing to you, even though you didn't do that thing. Because if I make that criticism first and you come back at me saying you're doing this, that, and the other, then I'm like, aha, well, no, I criticized you for that first. So you're, it's this weird, it's kind of how Darvo works.
Next.
Wasn't there some case of 4chan stalking obsessively some poor person with a fringe interest to the point of being disruptive to their lives? I think I know who you're talking about, yeah. And it was a different website, but a very similar set of people on that website.
2009, autistic temper tantrum. Oof, boy, had to go way back for this one. People wonder why I privated all of my old videos.
Did she drink all that whiskey? Yes. Just like Irene finished the entire bottle of wine in her faded drunk stream.
So
I polished off a whole bottle of wine, and I don't even drink.
I was in film school at the time.
Oh, it was started by that website.
And my class
that I'm not supposed to mention
was 80% male, and some of them had a fratty sense of humor.
I've been told not to mention any of these websites.
And while
they do name search.
I was talking about this movie, Beauty and the Beast, The Enchanted Christmas. One of them made this remark about how the Beast, and I just kind of mindlessly regurgitated it. Beast shape. I'm gonna throw an autistic temper tantrum. Because I was with an edgy boy website at the time, and I wanted to demonstrate that I wasn't
the edgy boy website? Is she talking about Nostalgia Critic?
like the other girls. I was a cool, edgy boy.
Yeah, she probably blurted out. I don't know.
It was insensitive and careless. I definitely should not have said that.
My biggest problem with Lindsay is that she claims not to be well off while most likely amassing over $1 million. I am no stan by any means.
Next.
Yeah, you never want to say, listen, this is really important, okay? Yeah, I was talking about not saying the names of those websites. I also got to make, I guess a little public service announcement here, if I may, okay? Just like, you gotta be careful, and you gotta there's a certain character from, I believe it's Animaniacs, right? Animaniacs, that you never wanna mention the character that is named Candle Jack. Okay, I didn't do the meme right. Yeah, you're supposed to say the name, and then as you're saying the rest of your sentence, that's when you're supposed to disappear, but yeah.
2013.
That's a very old meme.
The Prince of Egypt, anti-Semitism. God, I can't believe somebody kept this for so long. I'm sorry. This took so much dedication. So, the qualm here is that I did an anti-Semitism because I don't like the way the Prince of Egypt, functionally excuses the mass slaughter of innocent children in the narrative, because the book of Exodus frames it as a necessary evil. And yeah, I don't really care for the Prince of Egypt, and I just don't think the book of Exodus works as a kid's movie. Because it's a kid's movie, it has to frame the protagonists as understandable and relatable to modern family audiences, and frame what happens in the book of
That's a scary meme,
Exodus
yeah.
as, all fine and good in the framework of the
Look, the disappearance of Irene Geller is supposed to be a metaphor. Let's hope that it's not like a prophetic metaphor.
movie, even when the good guys do some light, mass slaughter. That 10th plague, man, it's a doozy. I remember when we got to Exodus in Sunday school, and when it got to the part of the wailing and lamentations of the Egyptian women, when they woke up and there's no dead children, like even at the age of 5, I was like, yeah, this is pretty fucked up. So
Can't wait to play that on Steam.
my thought process here is that we take for
I
granted
forgot how long this movie was. Oh my god.
the
Forgot how long
morality
it
of
was.
narratives of biblical texts because we grew up with them and they just kind of have so much informed our cultural framework, when if a story like this existed independent of the Bible, it would probably be considered pretty messed up. Especially considering how the movie frames it as all Pharaoh's fault because he's such a stubborn jerk.
sees you bring this upon yourself.
Like, at least in the Bible, God keeps hardening his heart. And the other thing is, like, in the way that the film progresses, it's really funny to me when, you know, like, mass slaughter of children happens. Pharaoh Ralph Fiennes is weeping over
Should have skipped the drinking
the
part.
corpse of his only son. And then Val Kill Moses morosely pieces out, and then, bam, miracles.
In the style of Gone Home.
I mean, I guess in a matter
Oh no, it's like the disappearance of Hatsune Miku. It's like the reference.
speaking the 10th plague.
But it's also an old video of mine if you want to check that out.
The miracle. And this is not to say you can't make a modern movie about the Bible. I actually really liked Noah. It's easily my favorite Darren Aronofsky movie because it leans in hard on how fucked up and traumatic it would be to have to sit back and, you know, watch and listen while every other human on earth dies, you know, because God said so.
They're just people.
You grew up with the Christian version? Though where God is perfect and shit. Yeah. Should have skipped the part about oh my god, that's something that really fucks people up. Is like the literal interpretation of the Bible plus God equals love plus the book of Joshua. That is incompatible. That just like teaches you cognitive dissonance, right? I think it's fair to cancel her for hating the Prince of Egypt.
There is room. There is no room for them.
But this is also an example of me using Twitter to feel out other people's opinions before I do video content. A thing I will never do again. A lot of people were like, yeah, but, you know, this movie means a lot to me, and, you know, a lot of that is because of, like, my religion or my culture. And that was when I decided I was not ever going to touch this movie as a topic for a video.
Yeah, God's scary.
And in the context of this thread, I shouldn't have used the word genocide, considering it's a film about Jewish characters.
Oh, the gang stalking thing. Oh wait, which gang stalking thing? Superboat.
And for that, I do apologize. Like, I don't think I'd be making the world a better place by talking about why I don't think the Prince of Egypt works, because I don't feel that strongly about it. It's not a big deal. I'm not really here for thing you like is bad actually content for its own sake. Although I love how every tweet in this thread has trigger warnings. Trigger warning, she didn't like the Prince of Egypt. Next. 2013, Charlie's Angels Niqab.
Like, she really doesn't seem to be. I don't think that she's doing, I don't really think she's doing the drinking. Like, she doesn't seem to, like, she's a little bit drunk, but it doesn't seem like she's, like, you know what I mean? This doesn't feel like the kind of video where she's getting drunker and drunker as she goes along.
This is another one I've addressed a few times, most recently on a live stream a few years ago where we rewatched it and had a high old time laughing about what a comical example of early 2010s white feminism this was. You know what, guys? I'm sorry. I'm calling it. Like, feminism is over. I'm sorry. We tried. We did our best.
But it's our feminism too.
We did our best shot.
You just can't end it for everyone.
I'm not sick of the go make me a sandwich jokes.
Have that lever.
Yeah, so, not gonna lie, this one's pretty bad. This whole thing came about when I was on Twitter one day talking about doing a video on Charlie's Angels and trying to think of like how visually to dress myself that was like the opposite of Charlie's Angels, and someone on Twitter was like, hey, you should do it in a burqa with like pigtails poking out, and I thought that idea was funny.
Listen, Troll, you need to, like, learn your Hatsune Miku lyrics better, okay? Okay? I wouldn't have banned you if you'd said the lyrics correctly, but... Oh my god, no, I didn't hear about this one.
Is too confusing. We don't know what we want. It is apparently way too much to ask that women like either have a certain body type or dress a certain way without being judged for it, so two options.
Like, if you're gonna bring me some Hatsune Miku memes, at least learn the lyrics, okay?
Burqa or slut.
That's not...
She's drinking because ContraPoints, right? Am I right? Is that why? That's the reference? ContraPoints is the reference, yeah?
burqa. And that's a false dichotomy.
And even at the time, several of my Muslim followers were like, please do not do this. This is a bad idea. And okay, so this is not excusing it, but here is...
Okay, she does actually seem legitimately drunk in this scene.
Some context. So at the time, my next door neighbor was an Egyptian expat named Hajar, and she was/is full niqabi, meaning...
Also, I'm gonna acknowledge that she does, for some reason, she's more attractive as she gets drunk? What is up with this? I'm not even that gay.
Whenever she goes outside, she dresses...
Also, she's my aunt.
...dresses in, like, the full, you know... Well, basically what I was wearing, minus the pigtails sticking out. And basically Hudred was like the only next door neighbor I've ever been friends with. And it's
Contrapoints drinks for realsies. I honestly think she is too.
another one of those weird problems of considering cultures and
Okay, note to self, even if I become friends with Lindsay Ellis at some point, never, which probably isn't going to happen after this video, never go out drinking with her.
monolith, like one would assume, or at least I assumed, that like she would have zero interest in talking to me and we would have nothing in common, considering she's like super religious. And yes, some women do it voluntarily, but that's its own thing. I'm not gonna get into it. But basically one day we started talking when I was watching The Hunchback of Notre Dame 2
Did Contra get it from Lindsay, or did Lindsay get it from Contra?
loud, really, and she was like, she caught me on the landing, like, so Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Oh my god, I better tweet that out. Yeah, and I better tweet that right out.
Huh. So anyway, I mentioned this
That's a banger tweet you got there. Don't mind if I steal it.
thing to her, and she was like, yeah, whatever, that's hilarious, lol. And so this is not excusing it, but I kind of took that as, well, my friend I know personally.
Wait, why does it matter? Wait, the drinking thing? I'm not mad at her for drinking. I'm just saying she's cuter as she gets drunk, and I'm noticing that, and it's a weird thing for somebody that's not even that gay to notice. So it's a weird thing.
Personally said it's fine.
Also, she's my parasocial aunt, which makes it even weirder.
So I'm going to, take that opinion over these strangers. But again, even at the time, I had people on Twitter saying, do not do this thing, and I ignored them. And either way, I wasn't making content for Egyptian expats, which I'm pretty sure she's never even seen one of my videos. And either way, it was also completely unnecessary to the point of the
It's her superpower.
video. Like, I could have made the exact same point with like a potato sack with pigtails sticking out, and it probably would have been funnier. This one was bad and wrong for a lot of reasons, and I do regret that. Next. 2018, Stephanie Meyer apologia. So the Dear Stephanie Meyer video was about me reflecting on how carelessly I had participated in the casual misogyny surrounding the early Twilight backlash around the time that the first movie came out, late 2000s. And so the general objection here is that the video is racist because I neither mentioned
Oh yeah, the you people made me drink thing from, yeah.
nor condemned Stephanie Meyer's depiction of the Quileute people.
It's just her becoming more comfortable with herself as she drinks, yeah.
So I'm not gonna lie and say I didn't consider addressing it, and I did have some conversations on Twitter with Indigenous people that were actually productive. See, Twitter's not always bad. Just,
I remember not being as frustrated with this video as I thought I was.
But there were two main reasons I decided not to discuss it in that video, besides the fact that that was back when I was trying to keep videos around like the 20-minute mark. One was the fact that during the backlash of the late 2010s, Twilight's appropriation of the Quileute was not a common criticism and certainly was not weaponized against Stephanie Meyer. It is now, but that just was not.
I think Twilight normalized abuse, from what I saw from my friends into it. I don't know.
Not a substantial proportion of the backlash at that time. The second one is, once again, we come to this question of the voices of a group.
Who wouldn't want to drink going through their most embarrassing? Well, see, this is the thing, chat. Like, I could be getting stoned right now, and I've done that on stream in the past. But I feel like I've seen. How do I put this? Like, maybe I'm not as cute when I'm stoned. I don't know. I just look weird. I come off weird. I say things weird, so I at least try not to do that on YouTube streams.
Being considered a monolith. I definitely talked to some Indigenous people that condemned it, but I also saw some that were like, yeah, actually, no, it's not the best, but I liked it. It was something new. It was like a representation we hadn't seen before. It was refreshing to have Jacob as this character who isn't like a noble savage stereotype and isn't like magically in tune with.
Team Jacob. I don't know enough about Twilight to know, chat. Is that like cringe? Is that yikes? Is there something I don't know about Jacob that I'm gonna be like sorry about? You cute drunk, you cute sober, you cute anyway.
Nature and doesn't have like a sad broken family. He's just like a nice normal kid who lives on the res and vibes, at least in the first book.
A hottie too.
Again, this video was addressing a point in time.
Wait, actually I don't know how old is he supposed to be. I probably shouldn't have said he's a hottie. I don't know. Like, how old are the people in Twilight? I remember they were like
before Breaking Dawn came out. So I just wasn't really comfortable making a value judgment on which of those was
Jacob
the
is a
correct
monster. Well, like literally or figuratively?
opinion, especially because it didn't really feel relevant to the central thesis. And it's also a complicated issue that just didn't feel at home in that video. Like, for instance, on the one hand, the way the Quileute are depicted in Twilight puts the onus on the real Quileute to educate people that they're not werewolves.
And then the elders, they said, hey, Miss Anne, you got to get out there and
Team Edward all the way.
educate people that we're really not werewolves.
But on the other hand, the attention Twilight has brought to the tribe has...
He falls in love with her baby? What? Okay, I really don't know Twilight. I saw the first movie, and I think I saw the second movie. He imprints on a baby. Oh God, what does imprint mean again?
Helped them tremendously, not just through tourism, but actually helped them get land back from the feds.
It's opened the way for our tribe economically.
Bella is underage, okay.
And then the media, it helped us a lot.
Twilight is constant cringe.
You know, our ancestors and our past council members have been fighting for...
Twilight werewolves imprint, okay. Okay. It's just your aesthetic preferences, but no question. Edward is the hotter one, objectively, okay. I mean, I probably shouldn't, like, I don't even know how fucking... Like, I realized that I was, like, a lot closer, like, or maybe even under their age when I saw this, but, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it's like to say that now. I wasn't even thinking, like, it's like, right, this is something that I saw when I was obviously much younger.
For 50 years for our northern boundary dispute to actually have that day. And
he doesn't fall in love with the baby. He has some weird magical connection with the baby. The baby grows fast, and he gets together with her. Edward is hotter if you're into hot garbage. Oh my God.
And have that President Obama sign, a document saying that.
They were in their 20s. Okay, so I feel a little bit better at least.
This land is yours. It was like, wow.
But on the other hand, Stephenie Meyer is a multi-millionaire many times over.
Because you know that the anti-NCC people, they would love to be like, oh my God, she said Edward was hot. Or I didn't say Edward was hot, I said Jacob was hot. They would love, if there was some angle that could go at me with the Jacob was hot thing.
It is kind of weird that she has given none of that wealth, as far as I know, back to a people whose culture she appropriated, for supernatural love triangles.
Imprint is like a life bond with a romantic partner, as far as I know. But the choice of that attraction could be oh, shit, yeah.
And while we're on this topic, Amanda the Jedi has been doing a Twilight retrospective, and she brought to my attention a fundraiser that the Quileute have been running for a few years to help move some of their village to higher ground to, protect them from all the tsunamis and, the climate change and whatnot, so that is linked below. If I did the video again, especially now that my videos are like...
If she's really doing this video drunk, this is hard. This is hard. Yeah.
8 hours long. I'd probably add a little bit mentioning that this conversation became prominent later, but this criticism does kind of always give me weird vibes because it usually comes with this subtext of, and this is why Stephenie Meyer did and still does deserve the harassment she got. One, that is not why people were hassling her in 2008, so I could not fold that into the valid common criticisms folder, and two, no one deserves that. Next.
I thought she already finished it.
2018, Transphobia via Tarzan. I genuinely, honestly, really do regret this one, and I have said so a few times. Why do they never screen cap the retractions? Weird. When it was announced that LeFou would become the first out gay character in a Disney movie, the L's, the G's, the B's, the T's, and of course all you filthy Q's. I think it was like 15 minutes after this video went live that I was like, oh God, why did I do that? Less because I was thinking about the optics so much as it wasn't a good joke. Like, I should have used Mulan, goddamn my eyes. I thought this idea of AFAB Turk being angry about wearing a dress was funny, but in hindsight, I really should have considered that it wasn't just any Disney character, it was a gorilla, an animal that trans women are sometimes compared to, and it was extremely careless. And it's a shame because I otherwise really do like that video. Next.
God. Oh my God.
2020. Trans men don't experience oppression, actually. I didn't say that. I said that anecdotally, I had heard from a few trans men over my 80-odd years of existence that they felt that they didn't experience the same level of scrutiny or harassment that they had before they transitioned. because of misogyny. That said, this was also before Elliot Page came out, and I've seen so many people be beastly to him, so, you know, that is a strong counterexample. And I could say that I can't speak for all trans men's experiences, but
Did she write the script drunk? I don't know.
I didn't claim to, and I'm not sure how you could read that into my statement. I was
Filthy Q.
just repeating anecdotes I
Filthy Q's represent.
had heard. So some of the hate mail I've been getting is calling me a TERF because of this, which I think is really funny. It's like, called a TERF for saying trans men are men. Alright. Next. 2017, Zack Snyder hates his mother. Once again, tweet clipped out of context, and another one the Gamergate refugees were really obsessed with. Not that you guys have anything in common, but... So these...
Why'd you bring up, anecdotally, though?
These tweets are all long deleted, but this was a conversation between me and another film critic, I forget who, talking about how difficult it is to meaningfully discuss Zack Snyder's films.
Why would she bring it up that way?
Films, especially at the time, because his fans are a little touchy. And one Snyder fan said, you know, I don't...
Yo, Haas apparently is a Snyder fan, right? Haas is like...
I don't mind when critics talk about his movies, I just don't like it when they say stuff like Zack Snyder hates his mother. And this was just absurd to me because I have never ever heard a real critic say that. So I responded with what I considered obvious sarcasm, well, I actually have it on good authority that Zack Snyder hates his mother. So this was really bad timing because I made this joke literally the night before the news broke that Autumn Snyder had killed herself. The very night before. And so I wake up to just this flood of outrage in my mentions, and like, I am so deeply confused before I even realize what's going on. And it was just like, oh my god. So I don't like Zack Snyder's movies for a lot of reasons, but he does seem like the rare, decent, powerful man in Hollywood. And I can't imagine how awful it was to go through what he did, especially during such a huge production. And I'm impressed and appreciate that
Am I mixing up Zack Snyder with somebody else? Wait, okay, so, like, he's the guy that, like, he's... Wait, am I understanding this correctly? Is it me, or was that weird? Wait, someone committing suicide. Wait, did I miss that part? Oh my god. Honestly, you should, have just ignored people. It would have gone away. She can pay people to run her social media, practically rolling her eyes, saying... Yeah. At herself. Oh, okay. Director of Batman vs. Superman and Man of Steel. Isn't he the guy that, like, right-wingers think is, like, one of them? And it's just because he's, like... Right?
Snyders have been doing such broad advocacy for suicide prevention now. But like, harassing me in the name of, like, suicide prevention advocacy is like...
Justice League.
Come on. Now, this is by no means Zack Snyder's fault, and I do not mean to imply that it is. Again, from all I've heard through my Hollywood grapevine, he seems like a decent person.
He is legitimately right-wing.
And he can't control what his fans do. And even though I wish he had done it sooner, he has finally disavowed the real...
Wants to adapt the Fountainhead. Oh, he missed his chance because they did make a shitty version of Atlas Shrugged. I guess he could have done that, but that was a few years ago, right?
Bad ones. And
that was an interesting one, too, because I don't think it made any money. But they're, like, right-wing donors that just, like, really wanted it out.
I also can kind of appreciate that.
They wanted that to exist. I actually watched, Atlas Shrugged, like, ironically. Atlas Shrugged. Oh, wait. The Fountainhead's got a rape scene in it. The fucking protagonist, that's one of the things about, like, you know, like, so people say that, like, Fountainhead's not as yikes as Atlas Shrugged because it's not as explicitly right wing, I guess. But there's a rape scene, right? That's not presented as being problematic, right? It's.
He probably didn't really have the emotional bandwidth.
The fact that Irene is considered an American philosopher is depressing.
To pay attention to that sort of thing for a long time, let alone, you know, address it. But I'm also sure that the many, many Snyder fans who have told me to kill myself in the last 4 years because of this tweet just didn't know about my own history. Either way, I'm sure it's an issue they all care deeply, deeply about. All over a few Martha jokes. Jesus.
Okay, now I'm confused. Like, where does the how does that bottle keep getting filled back up? I think she must have just like, maybe she reordered some of the scenes, right? Because yeah, she'd already finished the bottle, and now the bottle's got whiskey in it again. So I'm not sure what's up with that.
Next. 2020, did a misgender. This was a misunderstanding. John Mulaney did an SNL monologue that I didn't love. I said something about it. Curio responded to that. I said, yeah, I know, thanks, John, addressing John. We talked it out over Twitter. I apologized. Those tweets are still up. Next.
Wait, what was the misgendering?
2012, defense...
Snyder likes his rape scenes. His version of Watchmen has eroticized abuse and made the comic's author give up an adaptations of his works after that.
The yellow face in Cloud Atlas. I'm surprised there are no screen caps for this, probably because the Diet Nazis didn't find that worthy of preservation. But this is true. There was a lot of criticism of Cloud Atlas at the time, and I said something to the effect of, I didn't think it mattered as much as, like, you know, the conversations around blackface because they had a different history. And I don't know why I said that. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. Like, for one thing, I was definitely revealing my ignorance because, like, Yellowface is just...
I feel like she isn't explaining everything. Yeah, I feel like she wanted to go through this stuff and, like, it... I don't know, it made, like, I mean, like, that's my, you know... I don't know, like, if I was advising her, which why would I be advising her, right? She's got so much experience than me. She's, you know, knows how to do this. Like, if anything, you know, I would appreciate advice from her. But if I was for some reason to be her advisor, I would be like, yeah, no, this part, you know, what you need to do is just, we're gonna get a roll. We're gonna put all your list of sins on it, and your list of sins is gonna be, we're gonna roll through that. We're just gonna, we're like do 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 do, you know what I mean? Kind of music. That's what I would do for this part, because like I don't think this is like, I don't know if this is like therapeutic for her, right? But this is hard to do right, and I don't think she's got the reverse cinema sense, right? Last comment on Snyder. I hate how he gets subversive media and turns it into alt-right propaganda, by the way, of movies. Yeah. She overshares later. I don't know. I could be wrong. She needs an advisor, though. That's what I'm saying. She needed to talk to a therapist about it. Oh my god, you're right. You're right. If you don't talk to a therapist, you end up using chat as therapist. Chat. I'm sorry if I've ever done that. I'm sorry if I've ever done that. I hope not. And understand that you've got no responsibility to, you know, like, make the things in my life better. I appreciate that, you know, I can share, like, some of my challenges, some of my struggles, some of my pain with you, you know, but I really don't want to try to, I don't want to put you in that position ever, because I've had somebody do that to me. I've had somebody literally, like, you know, try to make me his therapist and start to talk about suicide with me. And that was the scariest thing that I've ever experienced. Anyway, obviously I've never done anything like that, but like, I don't know. I think that's not the whole thing, is I don't even know if I've, like, you know, done that, right? I do know, though, that when I don't talk about stuff and I feel like there's no one to talk about it to, sometimes I talk about it with you, chat, and sometimes I don't really give you the context. So it's almost like I'm just venting to you or something, and I don't really want to do that, right? I don't think that's what you're here for, and it's just not, I don't know, it's not helpful to me, and it's not, you know, great to do to you.
You know, a topic I had never really studied. I'd done plenty on blackface, nothing on yellowface. Imagine falling on your sword for Cloud Atlas, of all things. My podcast partner's gonna be so disappointed. I'm sorry, Kaveh. So yeah, I still like Cloud Atlas, but the creative decision to use yellowface in the way that they did is pretty inexcusable, and honestly, it does kind of make me uncomfortable to watch now. My bad.
The CDC says you can now use chat as a therapist, right? Ellie's vid, not your... Oh, yeah.
Next. 2015, bisexual erasure. So again, another post clipped out of context, and it is quite literally the only time I have ever written about my sexuality, and stuff like this is the reason why I was like, wow, never talking about that again. It is from my now deleted blog, but I linked the archive page below. And in effect, it was basically me kind of working out my feelings on feeling like bisexual erasure was almost a form of privilege. And I still kind of think that's true. And the thing about sexuality is it's just like such a personal thing. And that's why this like conflation of like the political and the personal, while necessary, often makes me really uncomfortable.
Maybe it's a thing that is normalized in big bread tube creators. Pretext to use chat as therapy.
Because it was like such a...
I mean, you're right. There is like a contra in her, and this is kind of who I learned my craft from, more so than Vosh or Demon Mama or Destiny.
Painful process for me, and one I never really figured out how to reconcile, so I just never did. So I've never really had a coming out or embracing my truth, more just like slow, quiet, begrudging acceptance. Like I just have these laundry lists of experiences, like from being in college and going to gay clubs and having lesbians suddenly turn cold when they find out you're bisexual, to the popular axiom at the time of bi now, gay later, or highway to homo, or gay until May, to Dan Savage way up into the 2010s saying that bisexual men don't exist, or it's all a phase.
Oh my god, yeah, chat. Dan Savage.
Or all the way to former respected person Glenn Greenwald saying that the bisexuals are transing the
I completely forgot about this Glenn Greenwald shit. I completely forgot this happened.
Lesbians out of existence.
Hearing about what she said tomorrow hurt, to be honest, because it's frustrating. Because people say, well, it's private, but I don't want to support somebody who does that to friends. She's putting the over in oversharing. No, Mara hints that Lindsay told her she wasn't really bi. And now people are trying to cancel Mara for that.
As recently as last month. So I can't help but feel a sort of imposter syndrome every time
Glenn Greenwald's scary.
I do anything even
And there's actually a connection between Greenwald and Dan Savage that you might not know about. And it's the paper that Dan Savage ran in Seattle, I think, before he moved to New York. That paper was also brought on board Jesse Singal and Katie Herzog. So
tangentially pride related. I feel tolerated but not accepted. And why do I want to go to that parade? Like, oh, you're here, fine, I guess we're contractually obligated to let you in. So I think for a lot of bisexuals, especially women, we do kind of live in this liminal space of both privilege and erasure. It is painful to feel ostracized from the community when accepting your identity has caused you so much pain in the first place, but at the same time, you can opt out. You can, in effect, pass as straight. Like, if I had $1 for every time someone
called Trump a socialist,
called me a straight white woman in the last few weeks, that would take care of my Patreon for at least a month. And to answer very good faith actors like Glenn Greenwald. What was his mother thinking? So to answer very good faith actors like blurp 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 as to why proportionally bisexual people tend to end up in heterosexual relationships 75-25 rather than the 50-50 it logically should be, I wonder why that could be. You know, just besides the fact that as a proportion of humanity, there are more straight people to choose from. Well, here I am making a thing out of it.
He coppened out. That's a great way to put it.
Am I in the club now? Next. 2014, did a bisexual gatekeeping against Mara Wilson.
His advice column is the thing that I was thinking of. That, like, I've read some shit from his old advice column that is just, like, vile. It's his, oh my god. Right? The shit that, like, he used to say about trans people. And, like, from my understanding, he hasn't really, I don't know, has he ever said anything about that? Like TYT too, there's like a lot of, like, you know, people that are considered pretty cool by a lot of people right now, like Jink Uger, right? You know, a lot of you know, liberals and even lefties, you know, have good feelings towards Jink Uger, but holy shit, like, and it's not even that far in the past with Jink. Like, he's used transgender as like comparing, saying that cis women look transgender as a way to say that they're not very attractive. Yeah. And fairly recently too. This is why I don't get like leftists, you know, doing stuff with TYT, right? It doesn't make sense to me.
Ah, so we have reached the speculations on my private life portion of the game show. Is now a good time to bring up the fact that Lindsay Ellis was super shitty and biphobic to Mara
It's not left. And transphobic.
Wilson when she came out as bi?
Oh, okay.
Or are we giving people of color a moment to drag her for filth before we bring up other shit? Be honest. I guess we're doing this. You may know Mara Wilson from her work as a child star in films like
Jink is not and has not ever been cool.
Matilda and Mrs. Doubtfire. In the last decade or so, she's worked as a nonfiction.
It's what it's hard for me to take somebody seriously as a leftist when they're like, and I'm like, I get it, it's clout, it's exposure, right? But that's literally you deciding to pick your career over your ideology. And if you pick your career over your ideology, I'm sorry, I can't in good faith call you a leftist.
Author.
And that puts everything else that you do into a whole different light, right? It really makes me curious about a person. I've had to look at people that I've worked with in the past after they've gone on TYT and really ask myself, where are they actually coming from? Not the same place as me, that's for sure.
A voice actor, a Twitter person who makes approximately 680 retweets per day, and also...
Listen, here's the deal. Actually, you know what? If I knew a queer person that did work for TYT, I'd ask them to do the right thing and speak up. And ask Jink to explain the transphobic shit. Right? Ask Jink to apologize for the transphobic shit, right? And yeah, they'll probably get you fired, but it's the right thing to do.
Occasionally writer.
Do you want to see the clip?
Op-eds for outlets like the New York Times. In 2016,
like, I'm not trying to cancel Jink Uger today. Actually, I got friends who you know, are on the God. I mean, yeah, yes. If you're asking if I have receipts, then the answer is yes. Do I have a ClanOps file on Jink Uger? No, I don't. Maybe I should. No.
When she gave an interview about coming out as bisexual.
Like, yeah, this is not what the stream is. Not a cancel Jink Uger stream or a cancel Dan Savage stream. But yeah, no, the stuff is it's documented.
It included this quote. I remember being with bisexual friends. I said, I think I might be bisexual. And a friend of mine who's not a friend.
He has a long history of misogyny and transphobia.
More said,
well, like listen, I mean, if he's made apologies for that, maybe I haven't seen them, like, you know, right? I mean, that's good. Or if somebody that's working with TYT actually has the guts to stand up and ask for that apology, that's good, okay? But yeah, in general, like, I just can't take TYT seriously, and it sucks, because, like, as a young'un, like, because I'm Southern, right? I'd say young'un. When I was younger, like, Anna Kasparian was one of my biggest inspirations. Like, I really liked Anna and the work that she did with TYT.
No, you're not. She was a gay.
He is apologized. Yeah, he did when the Bernie thing, when Bernie basically, you know, got off of his campaign when he was running for office. But the transphobia is something that I'm not sure that they've acknowledged, and I don't know that people understand how vile, like, the TYT used to be on transphobia, in terms of transphobia.
Gatekeeper. Okay, that gatekeep, that's good. I'm gonna use that. So I'm not sure how this random
me too, Xerxes.
Twitter user decided that she was talking about me as the gatekeeper in this interview.
Like, it was when she came into her own and she started to challenge Jink on some of his views. That was when I really liked Anna.
2016, but someone decided she must have been talking about
I don't care about the things he did in high school. I'm talking about the things he did in 2017, okay?
Me, based on no evidence whatsoever, and the accusations.
Because that is where the one clip that I have in mind is from.
Stuck, mostly because Mara liked that tweet, and then about 50 other tweets of people having a high old time with me as Twitter's villain of the day.
Wait, am I right? I could be wrong about the timeline, but it was it was recent. It wasn't.
And I really
It wasn't. I'm not digging up something old,
I don't
right?
know where this random user's supposition came from, because I have been very, very careful never to say anything about her publicly, either by reference or implication, despite the many times she has.
Like, I hope they've changed, but you gotta acknowledge that, right? Not try to hide it. Don't challenge me to come up with more, okay? Listen, we're not doing it, like, I don't do cancel content, okay? I have never done, like I'm trying to think if there's any video that I've made that you could classify as, okay, you're legitimately, like, the only thing I could think of is when I brought out, you know, Kevin Logan's N-word tape, and, I don't even want to talk about that, like, right?
Talked about this awful former friend she used to have, either, you know, in interviews, podcasts, in, you know, subtweets, and print.
Hey Bob, don't act like it was one tweet. I was a big TYT watcher back in the day. It's more than one clip, okay? It was constant. Like looking transgendered with a D on it was Jink's shorthand of saying that a woman wasn't attractive, or saying that she looked masculine, or saying that, yeah, that it was me. It was something he did over and over and over again. Oh my God, Bob. Oh my God.
I was the turkey all
Don't tempt me with a good time.
along! I was wondering what that turkey was doing there.
And to my knowledge, she's never indicated that I was the gatekeeper until the liking of this tweet, thereby validating these suppositions. Cool. Cool. Okay, y'all, I'm about to blow some minds, but
See, the fucked up thing is, if you really like TYT, you wouldn't want me to bring that clip out, right?
first
And you wouldn't want me to go look for more, right? Because there are more. Because I'm a viewer, and I remember it, right? And I'm a trans person, and every time Jink said that shit, it made me feel fucked up. To see somebody that at the time I respected, because honestly, that I wasn't aware of politics to the left of liberalism at the time. I mean, I was, I guess, but like I didn't really understand leftism. I certainly didn't think of it as a viable political ideology, right? But yeah, this broke my heart over and over and over again. Like, this is, like, you're talking about my lived experience. Who am I going to believe, you or my lying eyes, right?
need to provide some context. Mara and I were, at a point in history, friends and literal neighbors. You know, we were both in our mid-20s, we lived like 2 blocks from each other, we were both recent NYU grads, and we were both aspiring writers. And many people who've been following us for a long time have observed, you two used to be...
Do you see what the title on this video is, though, Bob? Is it Let's Cancel Jink Uger? Is that what my video is called? Is Jink Uger on the thumbnail, Bob?
really good friends, and then suddenly you were not. And that is true. But here's the thing, the anecdote about the gatekeeping bisexual...
Okay, now that's straight up gaslighting. Yo, I don't think I've ever done this in my YouTube stream, but... The fuck out of here with that shit.
former friend is also true. I do remember the conversation she is talking about, and while the wording she uses isn't how I remember it, the basic gist of the conversation is true. She told me she thought she might be bisexual, and I kind of casually dismissed it on the grounds of her dating style reminding me of a former roommate who prided herself on being straight. It was a fairly short conversation. It happened one time, 7 years ago? Yeah, and we never spoke of it again. So this conversation happened at least a year before we stopped speaking, which was over 5 years ago. And the reason why was a series of compounding factors. This was not one of them, at least to my knowledge. And the truth is, I don't know why I said what I said or reacted the way I did. If that had happened now, I would not have reacted in that way. But even then, I don't know why I was so dismissive offhand about something that I know from my own experience can cause a lot of pain and isolation. And it only came up the one time, was immediately dropped, and we never spoke
I
about
don't know, listen, chat. Okay, just so everybody knows, I don't like to ban people. I don't like to cancel people. Alright? It's better if people apologize. It's better if people apologize. And I don't even know if I'm gonna make that. I don't even want to make that ban permanent. But seriously, I'm not gonna have somebody sit here gaslight me about something that I have experienced and tell me that that I remember it wrong. I mean, come on, no, I don't. I wish I did. I wish I was wrong. I wish that had never happened. These are like, TYT, was like all I had back in the day, right? And I didn't want to think this about and at the time it was the kind of thing where if I had made that clip when it happened and put it up, no one would care. That kind of transphobia was normalized, it's just...
Again, and for that reason, I never thought much of it. I didn't consider that she wasn't just kind of saying something off the cuff, but was actually admitting something that she had been considering for a while to someone that she thought would understand, and that person dismissed her. And I didn't even begin to know that this caused any hurt until almost 2 years after.
It's just so weird, because I'm mentioning something, and that probably needs to be addressed, and that that they still could address, and maybe they have addressed, right? And I'm open to that, right? I'm not, that's why I'm not bringing out the clip, because if I bring out the clip, it doesn't matter what I'm feeling, it doesn't matter why I do it, it's going to be perceived as Irene wants to get rid of Jink. Irene wants to cancel Jink. Irene is coming, we're coming for Jink, right? That's how it's going to get pronounced. They're going to say the NCC army is too strong. They're going to say all that shit, right? They're gonna say that we're canceling Jink, right? And really, it would be better if somebody who worked with them would actually just bring this up. But I don't think that a lot of those people, like I said, the leftists that work with TYT now, they have made a choice and they have chosen career over ideology. And so I don't expect any bravery from people like that, right? We know we know what you're about now, right? When you make that choice. We know what you're about. Yeah.
That conversation even happened, because she didn't come out until a few months after. Between the two of us, and I cannot express this enough, had nothing to do with this. This is something I feel like I need to press on these so-and-so is a secret bigot crusaders. Does it occur to you that you can dislike someone without some irreconcilable ideological difference?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
This is a personal falling out between two people that has nothing to do with the content we produce. I produce. And I just want to dispel this narrative that someone has to be...
Yeah, they'll say that I'm with Caleb Maupin and I'm calling Jink a CIA operative or something.
Like the secret bigot, or mask off, or there's always the wronged one and the abuser in one of these falling outs, when it's just sometimes people just don't get along, kids. I would love to know why Andrew Lloyd Webber and Tim Rice fell out, but it is, at the end of the day, none of my business, and they have made it known, and they have kept the why under wraps for almost
NCC out of nowhere with the chair.
40 years, and honestly, good for them. Life goals. And though do trust that this bridge is well and truly forever burned, I do sincerely regret that I reacted the way I did. I think I was probably projecting my own experience with rejection and paying it forward, and I am sorry for that. And no, I shan't be airing any more dirty laundry on this topic, fascinating though it may be. Next. 2009, the rape rap. Someone made a rape joke. Oh my god. Someone call the rape joke brigade. Officer, I have an infraction I need to report to the Ministry of Rape Jokes. Look, honestly, I'm shocked that...
The iguana did nothing wrong. The iguana did nothing wrong.
Lindsay Ellis has not been canceled forever by the rape rap. The Zoomers...
Yeah, right. I hope it gets a less transphobic home. Listen, I mean, I hope they're not like that anymore. I do want people to change, and I do want to give people room to change, right? That's why I'm not bringing out the clip. That's the fucked up thing. Is that I was getting challenged to produce the receipts when producing the receipts is hurting the person you're standing. I don't understand you asking me to do that. I guess you just don't think that I really have them. That you just think that your fave can't be problematic, but your fave can be problematic. Chat, I've talked about the ways that I was problematic, okay? So, yeah, people can be problematic.
Better canceling her. Haven't even discovered the old rape rap she made yet, lol. Very thoughtful that she finally released it.
Wait, they have? Yeah, so you're talking about the union thing. Does anybody know about that? So with the union thing, I know that they had people trying to unionize, and they didn't want that to happen. Right? Even though they're pro-union and their rhetoric. They were anti-union for the business. They had a bunch of reasons, you know, those like just can't work on the scale that we're at, you know, like, right, you know, and there is a union there now. But what he busted the union. Okay, there is a union there now though. I'm understanding, right? There is a union at TYT. Did they allow that to happen? Did they change their mind? Or did it just get forced on them by their workers?
Mandarin and Japanese version of the original rape rap. Well, this has been a long time coming, hasn't it? There is this semi-infamous video I did back in 2009, which is called Rape Rap, which is exactly what it sounds like. The joke is that my friend Brian, playing a rapping sexual predator, says horrible things to me online because woman, and I try to get him not to say these things. And honestly, I kind of want to give a slow clap to the Diet Nazis because this is a fetch they have been trying to make happen for years. And I'm honestly kind of happy for them, you know? Like, they have used this to hurt me and humiliate me, and they sent it to like PBS.
I don't like this part, but my feelings are controversial.
Affiliate PBS Corporate trying to get me fired, and they've uploaded like 800 mirrors to YouTube.
Okay, so he fought it. So in the end, it was forced on him. Okay, I was wondering about that. Yeah, I mean, there's another reason that leftists don't work with TYT.
They've sent it to my colleagues, they've spammed me with it for over a decade, and it just never spread beyond the Diet Nazi sphere. And it's finally...
And Chad, I'm not saying no true Scotsman. I'm just saying that if you're a Scotsman and you work with TYT, at that point you stop being a Scotsman. You are no longer a Scotsman, true or otherwise. Your Scottish citizenship is revoked at that point.
Finally, into the mainstream woke skull Twitter. You know,
fucking woke skulls.
I'm happy for them.
Am I right? Those woke skulls.
They worked so...
Okay, listen, this is a good point of departure. This is... Like, I was going to try to read this to you, chat. I was going to try to read this to you. And I'm in a really strange position. Okay, can I... Wait, what time is it? Oh my god, what time is it? Oh god, okay. This is a long VOD again. We're over 5 hours at this point. I don't think I'm going to get to do this. This is hot allostatic load. This is the article that she was talking about. I did want to read this. I guess I'll do it later and put it up as a standalone video, okay? That's what I'll do. We'll have this as the Lindsay Ellis video, and then I'll record this and make it into a standalone video and do a little commentary on it. How about that? Okay? Because I also want to bring people into Discord, and I guess we'll do that tonight on Twitch after this. So we don't have time for that. But I want to... You want to read... Is Woke Scold? Yeah, kind of. And not that new, though. It's what, like, Vosh, I think Ben Shapiro or something like that came up with. And Vosh and Xander, every time somebody, like, criticized them, oh, the fucking woke scold. Demon Mama called me famously a woke scold. And she got it wrong, because, listen, Demon Mama, okay? Wait, how does this work again? Okay, so Demon Mama, me, and Mix Vivian, right? We're the Trinity, okay? One of us is a woke scold, the other one is a tanky, and what is the third one? What is the third one? Oh my god, I can't remember. There was like this whole thing about like me, Vivian, and Demon Mama, right? Pretty sure woke scolds are from gamer. Oh, that's where they came up with it. It was popularized by the right, and the debate bros borrowed it because it's useful narrative to silence people. Yeah, that's true. As SJW becomes less effective at an insult, oh, they bring in the new. It's like an antibiotic. After the old antibiotic stops working, they bring in the new one. Yeah, it's scold, not skull. So the reason that I'm talking really quietly is this, okay? So, I'm living in a house with my landlords, okay, or it's my landlord's house, right? They are actually away, you know, traveling in foreign countries and spreading COVID or whatever, right? They're doing whatever they're doing, right? Because they're rich. And while they're away, they have their friends staying upstairs, okay? Now, in between me and their friends is a ceiling and a floor, okay? And I don't know who put this shit together, but I feel like it's paper thin. I feel like any day now I'm going to hear a crashing noise and I'm going to see a shoe come through the floor because it's so thin. I am constantly getting woken up by these people, you know, walking around upstairs. And, you know, honestly, I don't think they're doing anything wild. I don't think they're jumping up and down. I don't think that they're being ridiculous. But the ceiling /floor is very thin. Now, I haven't said anything because that's how the house is built. And that's kind of how we have to deal with it, right? But they have complained to the owners of the house that I talk too loud. So you know how I'm talking to you right now? They're saying it's too loud. I'm kind of whispering, right? So what that says to me is that you want somebody to live in your house and pay the rent for this space, right? You want to take my money, but I'm not allowed to talk. My job is to talk. You want money. Money comes from streaming. What am I supposed to do with that? There's no, these are, it's not my house. It's their house, right? Yeah, they should put soundproofing. Listen, they have done everything here on the cheap, right? When I moved in, the electricity is, right, the electricity just broke. It went out, right? Like at some point. And they yelled at me. They were like, we've never had this happen before. This is totally your fault. You've got crazy machinery, your computer. It must be overclocked. It must be pulling in. Like, you know what I mean? They said, just all this, like, basically you're a kid. You're doing strange things with electricity. We don't like it. Like, it's your fault, right? Guess whose fault it is? Those dumb fucks. They had their friend wire the house. Not an electrician, but their friend who knows how to do this stuff. This motherfucker put a lighting fixture outlet into a lighting fixture. I mean, it's a good house. It looks beautiful, right? But yeah, no, they do things on the cheap, right? And more than slumlords, boomers. Fucking entitled ass boomers that want me to help pay, you know, like money to them, right? But they don't like the idea of a human being living in the space, like, because that includes talking. Human beings talk, and some of us talk for a living, right? So yeah, absolute fucking assholes. Absolute, and these fucking like their fucking boomer friends living upstairs like complained about me after constantly waking me up night after night when they go to the bathroom, because yeah, you know, like they, you know, there's a thin floor and it wakes me up, right? And I didn't complain because I don't think that I think that's just how the floor is, and so I put up with it. But they will not put up with me talking. I am supposed to, because they come home at night and they want to relax and watch their television, and apparently like me talking is disturbing to their fucking boomer entitled privileged asses. Apparently me talking in the room that I rent at this volume that I'm talking to you now is too much, and they would like me to be as quiet as a church mouse. Oh, I'm gonna be a church mouse. I'm going to be a church mouse in the comments for your rental. I'm going to be really quiet in those comments and tell them about the transphobic shit you said to me. Yeah. Because this bitch fucking, like, was, like, I was trying to talk to her. I wasn't talking about trans issues or anything like that, but, you know, she knows I'm political, you know, I talk about politics and stuff like that, and she's like, oh, I'm just so worried. Everybody's got their pronouns, and everybody's got their this and that, and everybody's, like, in these little groups of, like, you want to be, like, this thing or that thing, and it's just, like, you know, he, she, I can't remember, and then if you don't remember, then you're in trouble. And I was like, all right, cool, that's awesome. You're a transphobic piece of shit. Great to know that I live with a transphobic Great to know that I'm paying money to a transphobic piece of shit. Guess what? That transphobic piece of shit is going to be outed in the fucking comments, because I'm going to fucking tell everybody about this place, and nobody's going to want to live here anymore. Because I'm so sick of their bullshit. These are the most entitled, privileged fuckwads I have ever had the displeasure to know. These bastards can fucking eat my entire graham cracker crust. Or something like that. My landlord isn't a bastard. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome that you have a cool landlord. I know pronouns, right? Yeah, I had to listen to this shit. And when somebody that you rent from says that, you can't exactly, like, I mean, I tried to steer her in a better direction, but I can't exactly say, oh, that's fucked up. You're fucked up. Like, wow, that's pretty bigoted of you. I can't say that, and I should. Like, right? Yeah, I know. I got like a month to find a new place, so let's hope that I do that and hope that it's not a huge disruption to, streaming and everything. Like, every other time I've tried to move has been, oh my God, I don't even want to talk about the last time I tried to move. Decommodify housing, absolutely. And like, I mean, listen, I'm not a Maoist, okay? But I'm going to say that Mao had some good ideas, and I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm just going to leave it at that. Chat, you can take that as you may. You can take that as you may. Okay, anyway, yeah, like I said, I'm going to read this, and it's going to be a video. Hot allostatic load is going to be its own video, because I want to get this out. I feel like this has got some things to teach us, and I want to learn from it. And, like I talked about, the other side of this, I talked about the people that are at the bottom of those dog piles of Lindsay Ellis stands. I also want to sympathize with Lindsay Ellis. I didn't get enough chance to do that. So, like this, I guess this is the video for the woke scolds, and the next one's going to be the video for the Lindsay Ellis stance, because like, I do think that like we do have a problem with like, rush to judgment and dogpiling, and, it's harmful for creators, right? But I'm more worried about the person with no clout and with no platform than I am about me or Lindsay Ellis. So, yeah, absolutely. Okay, being nice changes nothing. They're shitty people, don't go down to their level. True, true. Well, I'm not gonna go down to their level, but I'm gonna fucking tell the world who the fuck they're renting from. If they want to rent from transphobes, that's on them, right? I do sympathize with her as well. My issue with framing in this video doesn't mean she doesn't get hurt. That's the fucked up thing. Is like, I'm just trying to say, take a step back, take a breath, and think about the effect that we're having, right, on each other. Whether that's a larger content creator, or you are the larger content creator, and we're talking about somebody that's criticizing you. Think about this. Understand that words are not inert on these platforms. Words have effect. Things that people have said about me have subjected me to danger, real life fucking danger, okay? And that is true all around. So just like, I just kind of want people to care about each other more. I want people to remember that there's a human being on the other side of that online interaction. It is not pew 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 in a video game and digits and stuff like that, even though like literally you're looking at digits. You're looking at data, like the me you're seeing is data. Yes, 100%. But just remember, there's more that when you're hurting me, you're hurting more than a video game sprite, and that goes for everybody out there. Okay, so I'm gonna switch over. We're gonna go to Twitch. Maybe play a little Apex Legends, some Apex Legends, right? I gotta get good at that game, even though I suck at that game. You can see me suck over there on Twitch. We're gonna do that, and I'm gonna try to, if I can, have some people like in the Discord with me. So if anybody's interested in talking about this, you want to get your view across, you want to bring up something that I didn't, you want to, argue with me, question me, hey, even Bob Pope can come over and get in the Discord if that's what Bob Pope wants to do. Yeah, and make sure to, the Discord. Let's put that link in there one more time, because I'm going to be over on Twitch, and even if you don't do Twitch, you can feel welcome to come over to the Discord and talk about, because like I feel like there's so much to unpack here. There's so very much to unpack, and I want to make sure that every perspective gets heard. Anyway, thank you so much for being here for another stream. I had a lot of fun. I hope you had fun. Wait, am I gonna unban? Yeah, let me just unban. All right, like, look, I'm gonna. Oh my God, chat, you are so engaged. I can't even find our. There we go. Okay. Unhidden. There we go. Okay. Yeah, let me drop that Discord link. Wait, I already did drop it one more time, but there we go. Yeah, that's the Discord. Unhidden, Bob Pope. Okay, so we'll give Bob Pope another chance to disappoint us. No, just kidding. Well, I'm glad to have you, Terra Incognita. Yeah, like, it's nice. nice sharing this conversation with everybody and getting your perspective, because that's the hardest thing, is to really like hear people out, and that's what a lot of people aren't doing. MLK was pretty nice as well. Somehow I missed that. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, block people, you know, if you need to block people. I totally understand that, and I'm gonna give Bob another chance. I don't know, but we'll see. But yeah, thank you so much, much love, and I will see you over on Twitch tonight. So meow. I'll just flip that over. There'll be like music going, and then I'll get like something to drink, something to eat, maybe fix my gross shiny makeup. I don't know why I'm so shiny, but like I'll fix that, and then I'll be right back, and we'll play some shooty Apex Legends. So much love. Meow meow. Meow meow.